I protest. I am not a merry man.
But I poop from there.
You know, I really need to go back. Tell you gotta remind me which stream it is, but I need to go back and I need to get Cat's fart.
Oh,
You can hear that,
yeah.
and I need to put that in here too.
Oh my God. Well, broken already. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to Line of the Stars. I'm Jordan. Todd's there. Say hi, Todd.
Hi, Todd.
Oh man. Well, Don and Ken, appreciate you guys. Oh yeah, like a rented redheaded mule. That's right. That's right. Sorry, Ken. I know you're a redhead. I mean everything about what I just said. Welcome everybody. It is Thursday. That means it's time to build things and talk and see how much I can get done. I was actually kind of like taking a bit of an assessment. So we're gonna be working on the Razor Crest, obviously. Actually, but I've been taking a bit of a inventory of, hey Jody, welcome. A bit of an inventory. Hey Ricardo, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, all the parts. You know, I've been looking at what I have left to build from the fruit pack, what's left from the stock kit. And the answer to the question, if asked, is not very much. The landing gear, which I've already kind of done one. This is a bit of a pain in the ass to do, so I'm not really looking forward to this, but got to get it done. I have like literally just nothing but photo etch work, and I've kind of put that off. And then once photo etch work is done, weathering and the final paint. So it needs to be taken care of, which is going to be the yellow paint that is along the side, around the doors and all that. But the landing gear needs to be taken care of. The flaps that are part of the engine mod here, so they kind of fit in this place, and so there are the flaps for that. Fairly easy installation. I might try to get these done at least tonight. Although installation, once I get these on, this is going to be, now I got to take very gentle care of the model, so we'll see. But obviously needs to be taken care of. VTOL thruster covers as well. This is something else that needs to get put in place. And then there's a couple detail pieces that we can put in place. I'm going to try to get as much of that on there, but there's really not a whole lot of photo etch right here. And then from there, just some, these are for the engines. And it's just some like metal bands that kind of go around the outside just for some detail work. So really there's not a whole lot. Photo etch, like there's a lot of photo etch, but it's not a whole lot of photo etch. This is going to be by far the most of what we're going to have to do. And then as for parts that are left from the build, keep in mind that this stuff was done well over a year ago now, and I'm kind of shaking my head going, man, you painted the parts before you put everything together. Like, I can't believe you did this. I was a different modeler then. So, I'm going to have to kind of work around what I had already done. The paint was done nice, but I didn't take into account that I was going to need to sand around where I've glued, and there's been a lot of rubbing along the edge of the edge pieces there, just from handling the parts over time. And so I need to go through and putty and sand and do all the things. So we're going to be putting this back into the paint booth and getting that taken care of. So I'm not too worried about it, but from a parts perspective, we have the 2 ramps that need to be taken care of. Shh. I'm not a slacker. You be quiet. The 2 ramps, the 2 sets of arms. So these are the arms that go for the ramps themselves. These are pieces that you use to, I don't know why I painted them, but they are the pieces that you'd use if you're not using the landing gear. So these are the in-flight pieces. So they actually sit up inside the model. We're going to be doing a little bit with these 2 flap covers right here, and then just a little bit there. So there's really not a whole lot of work that needs to get done. I do have about a month and a half, 2 months to get this done. The plan is, from a streaming perspective, with the Star Destroyer done and the Millennium Falcon done, I've already got 2 models that I'm ready to bring to Wonderfest. So I'm going to be bringing both of those. I was thinking about it today, and I'm going to bring the Millennium Falcon. What's up, Chase? Welcome,
Hey, Chase.
I am going to bring the Falcon. I'm prepared for putting that in into to Wonderfest for the model contest. I'm prepared. I think I'm pretty confident in the models. There's not a whole lot of outside of the Greeblies, which are pretty easily handled. There's not a whole lot of there's nacelles or anything that can break. So I've been really thinking about okay, can I transport it? Yes, I can. It's just a disc. Should be fairly easy. So really, I've got 2 of those done. I'm not outside of the part work models, I don't really have much going on outside of the Reliant, which is going along really well. So for the next little bit, all of our streams until this is done, we're going to be taking care of this. So once all the assembly is taken care of, then I'm going to go through and just do putty sanding, and then I'm going to get it back into the paint booth. I got to get my black primer down, my gloss black primer, and then go ahead and get the this was the white aluminum AK, if I'm not mistaken. It has literally been forever. The extreme metal. So I have another one of these. I've gone through 3 of these now so far, but I have another one of these. So the extreme metal aluminum is the color that I used here. So I'm just going to touch it up, and then from there, weathering. And the weathering is going to be pretty subtle. I'm not going to go super crazy. So I have the Aztec dummy masking set, and Lou, when he created the Aztec dummy set for it, basically set it up so that you put the mask down, and then it's a reverse mask. So you're gonna, you put down everything that you don't want yellow, and then you paint it, and then you put chipping fluid on it, and so it's kind of built in for chipping. Panel lining is going to be done. A little bit of grease here and there, and I'm going to try to be as screen accurate as I possibly can, because that was the idea for this build. And then once that's done, it's done. So that's kind of the name of the game. And so for the rest of the build, it's just going to be watching me do fiddly little bits of photo etch for the next little bit. So here we go. Yeah, I did. Thank you. I have been overdue for a haircut for about a month and a half, and so I've been wearing nothing but hats. Since the man bun's gone, cutting your hair sucks, because I would cut my own hair, and whenever it was ready, every 2 weeks, I would just shave my head and call it good.
You're gonna grow it all out for Wonderfest, so we have a man bun we can play with.
Nope.
Oh.
Might even go a little shorter. So this is the shortest my hair has been since 2020. So it's fairly short, probably only about that long or so. I'm kind of crazy. My hair was down to my shoulders when I cut the man bun. So Yeah, I got a haircut, and I finally had some time for it, which was good. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm still kind of, when it comes to how I'm going to get to Wonderfest, I'm just kind of vacillating back and forth between a train or driving.
Wow.
What?
Vacillating?
Yeah.
What?
I used the word right. I used the word right. Right?
That's what she said.
Nice. Flip-flopping back and forth.
No, it's fine. I think that's good. I like when you use those big words.
Vaselining back and forth. Oh, a little bit of a. Anyway, but yeah, I've been kind of going back and forth with it. So with the train, it's going to cost a good deal more than it would to actually drive.
Yeah, but
that's
you won't have to
including-
pay attention for 36 hours.
And that's the thing. So, but really what it comes down to is the amount of time. And I think that to take the train is going to be, it's a 56-hour total trip. So from Seattle to Chicago, and then from Chicago to Louisville on a Greyhound, which is kind of the crappy leg of it, but it's only like 5 hours. So that's over the course of like 2.5 days. So not bad. If I'm driving, it's going to take me 3, and then it's going to be 3 back and 3 there. So it's going to be a total of like 9 days, whereas I can like take 9 days off, but I'd like at least 2 or 3 of those to be able to kind of like recover from the trip and everything like that. So it is likely that I'm going to be taking the train. So and the prices are okay. It'll be kind of like, I was kind of doing the math, like with lodging or whatever, it kind of washes out almost. I've not taken a train though, so I guess question for you, Todd. Like when you do take a train, how is the food taken care of? Are there showers? Like how does all of that happen?
I'll explain here in just a second. We have to get this. Yeah, because they're hanging around Ian too much, whispering in my ear. Pizza man, I like that. Oh no, he just called you a layperson.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no,
it's true. I've been reading a lot of books lately, so you know how books are. They use extra words in order to like avoid using the same word all the time.
When you're on the train, a little conductor guy will come by and tell you which time to go to the diner car. He'll come by and if you have a room, I don't know if you're going to go in a sleeper chair, you're going to sit in a Pullman or something, but if you're going to try to get a roomette,
that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah,
I think they come by even if you're in the sleeper car, but they'll come by and say, "Hey, this is your assigned time to come to the dinner car," and then you go, and you have like 2 options. There's like 2 appetizers and 2 meals and a drink, but I mean they do feed.
It's all included with the everything.
Yeah. They do have like a snack bar, and that you have to pay for. Like if you want like a microwaved pretzel, or something along that line, or a can of Coke or something like that. I think drinks actually are all free. So if you go down to the bar car or something and get a Coke or something, it's free. But like alcohol, you have to pay for no matter what. But food, drinks during dinner and lunch are included. I think they probably have breakfast depending if the train is long enough. Like half the duration is long enough. But they'll tell you when to go because they only have so much room in the dining car, and you will sit with 3 other strangers. They fill every table no matter what. So
okay. And what about showers or anything like that? Is that a thing?
Or if you have a coachette, there's 1 shower in each train car.
Okay.
You just go down there and use it when it's available. Same with the bathroom. Like you show the bathroom and shave. There's probably there might be 1 at each end actually. Or one end has a bathroom and one end has a bathroom and a shower. And you just go use it when you can.
Okay. So yeah, I'm kind of leaning that route. It's about $800 each way to do that, which is
it's $800 each way for a train.
Mm-hmm.
Youch.
Hmm. But the thing is it's free luggage. Like you can put as much luggage on there as you want. They don't charge.
Yeah.
Um,
How much is a flight?
and flight's going to be about 670, so it's really not that much more.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
670
yeah, is what I was looking.
from Seattle to Louisville.
Yeah,
It was 600 to fly you to London.
I know.
What?
I know.
I was gonna say, because if it's cheap enough, I mean, even flying is still the preferred option. You could build a crate, literally packed with foam to put models in,
Right.
and put all your
Well,
stuff in, and throw it on the plane.
well, so there's another layer to this. The whole thing as well is the whole real ID thing is kicking in May,
Yeah,
and my passport, which I'm working on getting renewed right now, both the passport and my real ID, I'm not going to have done. It's not going to be done in time. I have an appointment for the real ID, but it's not until mid-June. And my passport, I'm kind of like whether or not I'm able to get it taken care of. So I may not be able to get on a plane until we go to London. So that's
I don't
something I
know.
have to consider. Yeah, something I'm having to consider. So
Where's Dash?
um
Private charter jet.
right. Yeah, no, I mean it's totally fine. Like I was already dude, her
I have
last
a
video,
feeling
she got
that's her money. If she wins, that's her money.
I mean, she wins a lot. The problem is she loses a lot too. But she got 1,000 views yesterday on one of her videos. Um, which is insane.
That'd be funny.
Oh,
If it has a peephole that looks inward. Oh,
yes,
yeah, there's
I
somebody
like
in there. Yeah.
I like this. I like this. So there's a couple factors, but I've been like, contemplating yeah, Louisville is it's a tough, expensive airport for me. It was about the same last year for me to fly to. So I've just been kind of like exploring all the options. Like driving is something that is still a consideration. Um, I'm hoping that maybe I'll have a driving partner, like maybe Matt might come, but I kind of want to don't deal with that. I just don't I just don't want that. I don't know. So it's one of those things where I just kind of got to figure it out, and I have to figure it out over the next basically I have about 2 weeks to kind of figure it out. I'll know more on my passport once I hear back from the consulate, because I have to go through, because I'm a dual citizen, I have to go through a funny process in order to get my passports. So, but
Is
my
that
process,
is that necessary because in order to retain it, you have to do kind of everything twice?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And I can't fly like once we get to the UK. Once I'm there, you'll likely see me whip out the Canadian passport, because I'll get treated a little bit easier and better as I'm
Oh,
traveling.
yeah, for sure. I know. I get it.
But I can't use my Canadian passport to fly in the United States,
Yeah.
which sucks. And I
Well,
can't
and
leave.
this, I was thinking the same thing. Like, if it's so expensive, but so much cheaper to fly, if you could, is even if you freighted it, even if you brought it on the plane, it would be handled better. I mean,
Yep.
you build a crate or build a box and stiffen it, support it, so stabilize it, whatever, and pack it real well.
Mhm.
But man, that's very expensive for that train, and that includes the crappy bus ride from Chicago down to Louisville.
Yep.
Okay.
That's all everything. And if I were to do that, like my boss, hey Steven,
Steven.
my boss, he's going to be helping me with part of the trip, and so I'm not really that worried about like the costs so much. I'm kind of looking for the adventure a little bit, if I'm being real. It's kind of the first time in my life where I can actually be in a position where I can think about driving cross country and actually having a reason to do it. Like, I know it sounds daunting and I know it's a lot of miles, but I don't know. There's something just really awesome. Like I have a new car, like a newish car with a broken in motor, and like, I something about just driving across country just sounds really kind of awesome to me. Now it sounds tedious and long, but I have a tedious job, and I'm really good at tedious things. And so I've got a bunch of Star Wars and Star Trek books I need to listen to, get caught up on. So I don't know. I'm kind of going either way. And like the train is though, like zero concentration. If I get a roomette, like one of those little rooms, just kick my feet back, have the models chilling over there on a bunk, next to me, and just kick back and relax. And like I said, the cost, I'm not too worried about it. Like as Kat calls Howard Sugar Daddy Howard, as Howard has been incredibly generous. My boss has been incredibly generous, and you know, um, I'm finally starting to come out of the final financial crunch that I've been in for the last little bit to get my dental work done. I'm finally like in a spot, like, so I'm not too worried about it. I
If
want
you
to
don't,
really enjoy. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, if you don't mind a layover, which I even have to do a layover because Louisville doesn't connect to anything.
Yeah,
I'm seeing flights for 380 round trip.
really.
Yep. Seattle's Americans got 380. United's got 380.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch for 380. A whole bunch
Okay.
of. And that's
All
for
right.
Thursday.
Let's
That's for Thursday to Monday. It's just
Okay.
I just sit there and go, that's every dollar you save. Plus, you're not spending 2 hours on the road or two or 3 days on the road of your vacation time, right? In both directions.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
So once again,
I just want to save you money and time, unless you want the over the road adventure.
I kind of do, and once again, it's all. I would say that if I have to do that, I'm going to be totally fine. To be real. Well, no, I mean, like, if I have to, once again, this is all kind of like based on the fact that I need to get the ID situation taken care of. Like, my passport's been expired for 10 years. Like, I've been needing to do this for a long time.
Do they have third party like DMV services up there?
No, it's all state run,
Okay.
and I'm in wait lines. The wait line is about a month and a half, 2 months deep,
Really?
2.5 months deep. Yeah.
Yeah, because the third party, if they have, like we have third party title services that can do pretty much anything that DMV can do or MVD. And I prefer to go to them. They charge you a little more for the fee, to do a certain thing. But like, I think getting my real ID was I don't know, $20 in an hour, and I had to bring them like 2 forms of I live here, kind of thing, like a rental agreement and an electric bill, and my existing ID. And they were like, okay. And then a week later, I got it in the mail.
Yep. No,
that's what
there's a waiting
line. Taxes up there in that blue Democratic state.
Welcome to my world. Welcome to my world. So the passport is going to be the quicker of the two. Like, I'm just kind of waiting on the consulate right now. So, in order to get my U.S. passport, my Canadian passport, what did it cost about the
No, because it's considered luggage. You can, you pay for it like luggage as long as it's under the 50 pounds.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you pack it really well.
That's right. Yeah, and that's the problem. Like, the reason for all of this was, like, I haven't actually busted this model out in a minute, but all of this was because, wow, you're dusty. I need to clean this up, but all of this was because of this. Wow, this thing is super dusty. Oh, I can't let this happen. So yeah, it all happened because, like, when I got back from Wonderfest last year, it survived the trip there just fine, but the trip home, it broke completely inside the box, inside my luggage. And I know that we have the skills to be able to put stuff back together, but I really don't want to try to do that to the Perfect Grade or the Star Destroyer or anything else. And so that's kind of where I'm at with it. I kind of want to, like, the reason for the wanting to drive is, like, it's going to be in my complete control, right? And the idea with the train is the same thing. You know, like if I'm going to get a train, I'm not going to do anything other than get a car. Oh my God.
What are you doing? Are you
Dusting
dusting it? Oh my
Yeah.
God! Get your airbrush, turn on your compressor, and blow all the dust off. Your brush.
Echo, turn on compressor.
It's going in a museum, maybe.
Right.
You know, if you go buy a keyboard vacuum, that works really well for dusting stuff off models because it has
Oh.
brushes on it, right? They're handheld, rechargeable and stuff. They're really good because they'll suck the dust off and it doesn't get blown in the air and land back on the model. Same thing goes for Legos. They make all these really expensive Lego vacuums, or just get a keyboard vacuum for cheap.
So I'm not a swamp man.
You can take a trip to a smaller town, hit their DMV. People, yeah.
All right, I'll explore all of that for sure. I once again, I am leery though of just flying with it and trusting other people. So, but
didn't you ever? It didn't in high school. You ever have to do that thing where you had to use toothpicks and popsicle sticks and rubber bands to like build a crate around an egg, and they dropped it off the roof or from 10 feet or something to see if the egg, if you could keep the eggs from breaking.
Yeah,
that's what you need to build inside your box and throw it on a plane.
All right, well,
a little spring suspension in the middle. Pack it like it's a vial of nitroglycerin. Don says that looks familiar. Don says I've had a brand new suitcase break on the first trip from Airlines. Oh no, yeah. You know what though? To be honest, most of the handlers, and I've known a few like personally, and if they see that something is marked fragile and it's taped up real well, and they know that somebody took care to like really protect it, they're not going to throw it. They're usually pretty good about it. They're also really good if you watch. The majority of them are very nice, like musical instruments.
Right.
They don't give a shit about golf clubs, but musical instruments, like if somebody puts their guitar in the luggage, things like that, they'll be super nice to it.
Okay.
Seeing the models destroyed in transit. Oh, speaking of which, I'll mention this again tomorrow on the stream. I did email Wonderfest again.
Yeah.
Now they're a couple months away about the booth. I have not heard back. This guy's name is Lee. At least I got somebody's name over there.
Nice. Excellent.
Ken says you can see if anyone wants to buy your models after Wonderfest. You don't have to bring them back. Nice. Yeah, like Dash is selling his kit.
You're right.
Fools.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, he's gonna be selling a stash of weed or something like that. I'm like, come on, guys. All right. Well, once again, I've been thinking about this for the last, probably 8-9 months, since getting back from Wonderfest last year. So, I will have more info on that. The idea of maybe hitting a smaller town for that's not a bad idea. See what I can't do. So, yeah, it's all just kind of
we're brainstorming.
No, for sure. Like, and I've been like thinking about it and like going once again. I don't know. There's something about the idea of just driving across country. Like, if I could have a driving partner, like that would be the better of the solution because you can just keep driving. So I don't know.
I'd come drive with you, but
that's a long drive.
It makes me want to fall asleep.
Right.
Rebecca gets in the car and the first thing she does is fall asleep, and I'm like,
dude, Kat does the same thing.
My God. I'm like, there's nobody to talk to, and I can't really turn the music up because she's, sleeping, and I'm like, well,
right.
I want to sleep too. Right. And then we get to where we're going, and she goes, "Why are you tired?"
You're right.
I'm like, lady,
you just drove.
Woman, you just slept the whole way here.
Right.
I mean, I wish I could do that. I just want to fall asleep and then wake up there at the destination. That would be best.
So nice. God, right? Okay. So let's actually do some work here. So what I got done and stopped in frustration is I got these first pieces put together. This is the lower part of the landing gear. Then I got those two little arms attached to the side of the landing gear there. And what this does is hooks up right here, and then you attach those two pieces to the side right down there. So I got as far as that point. I was having a difficult time getting this piece glued in and kind of ran out of time, so I didn't want to fight it any further. But this seems to kind of sit just flat like that. Oh. And that is what it looks like
True.
in the instructions.
That is an overly complex landing gear.
Oh, what's that?
Ricardo, it's an overly complex landing gear.
Yeah.
Ricardo says, I use an acrylic box made for transporting models, and the fact that it's clear makes it easier to pass through customs. I'll take some pictures and upload them to Discord. Maybe someone can copy it.
Sweet. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Ken will show you some police driving tricks. Just, what is it, swing by that? Where is he? Winnipeg? Swing by the Winnipeg and pick him up?
Yeah. It's just a little out of the way. No big deal.
Oh, God. Could you imagine the two of you making a YouTube series? You know what's funny? Did I tell you that you look like Steve when he was younger?
Really?
Yeah. Well, when I was going through the playlist on HTM and I was fixing them, and I ran across the one where we did the memorial for him, right?
Yeah.
And picture that I put in that video, and they were all from his Facebook. And there's a picture of him when he was young, and next to when he was like a current picture. And I'm like, holy crap, that looks like you. Now I have to go find it.
Yeah, it's kind of poignant. I don't know, for me at least, that the last photo that Steve took was with me. It's kind of a little surreal. Miss that guy. I miss how he used to give Ian shit. Just nonstop. Hey, Andrew. Welcome,
Yeah, no
welcome.
holds barred. Hey, Andrew, welcome. I just liked it. He always said we wanted to say, and really, Ian couldn't come back. He's like, well, what? You're right.
Yep.
Or he would just
And the
let him stew on it for a minute, and then he'd figure it out a minute later.
Oh God, getting to see like the side eye, like when he would say something and just like he'd give you the side eye. Oh, it was so good, so good. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and zoom out just a little bit.
Did Steve have a man bun? No. He rode motorcycles. Steve was way cooler than Jordan. So Steve looked like and Ian looked like on a road trip. You know what? If they did that, he would have to say, hi, I'm Steve. Hello, I'm Ian. Start your video series. Well, you haven't been Jordan since you started. You've been an Andrew. Now you can be a Steve.
That's right.
Oh,
that's right.
This picture?
Oh no, I just separated the photo etch. Way to go, Jordan. All right, no, we're good. All right. I was seeing things. All right. This is extraordinarily fiddly. So we will see how this goes. Plus, I do like the idea of having a car at Wonderfest.
Tom says, wow. And that's a comment from your friend, Jordan. Yeah, Andrew. Yeah. Hey, Trent. Welcome.
Hey, Trent. Oh, God. This is so fiddly.
Where is the picture? Hold, please.
Holding. Oh, that's right. It's a little side piece there. There we go. Part of me was like, do I even want to do the photo etch landing gear? And then I saw the stock landing gear, and I'm like, yeah, we want to do the photo etch landing gear.
Oh, that bad?
Yeah, it's really bad.
Eric says the car at Wonderfest would stall the old man Ian not wanting to give up his parking spot. Well,
And I kept freaking thinking about that, man. Like, we wanted to go to KFC while we were there because we figured it'd be kind of meta, right, to go to KFC in Kentucky. And Ian was like, "Yeah, no, I got that perfect parking spot. We're not going anywhere." And we sure as shit didn't. Like, we're having a battery conundrum. Like, Todd's the battery for Johnny 5. We needed a 9-volt, and Ian wouldn't leave. He was so sprung on his little parking spot.
no. And if it weren't for Steve, you know, he's the one that drove me over to Home Depot to get parts for the Johnny 5 to fix it, like the epoxy and the batteries and pens and all sorts. And I'm like, who's going to do it this year if he's not around?
Well, that's the thing. Like, I've been kind of thinking about that. Like, obviously, Andrew's going to be driving too, so, and Ian. Maybe we'll just prevent Ian from getting the good parking spot. But I'm just thinking maybe one of those nights we can probably go out and get some dinner or something like that. The food at the hotel leaves much to be desired.
Oh, I guess that is the picture. Well, now I'm not so sure. Here you go.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Let's see it a little bit.
I just thought, and I'm like, oh god, it kind of looks like Jordan. Steve and his
This
younger
is
years.
God.
What is with that background? What was that?
What's that?
What background?
What?
Oh, what is some video background? What's wrong with you?
That was a DeLorean. That was a DeLorean.
Yeah, but that isn't that like that's retro mode. That's you need like the planets orbiting or something.
I don't know, man.
The cosmos. Here, you have this one. Let me put the picture back up. Yeah, there you go.
There it is.
That's not annoying. Let's try this one. That was a little better. It's got to be dockyards. All right, let's see. Where were we? Andrew says, I bet you can't wait. Guess what project I'm working on?
Enterprise.
A Star Destroyer. A Millennium Falcon. Battlestar Galactica.
I think we're on to something here.
How many options do we get?
All of them.
Don says, I didn't really get to meet it, Steve. I was next to Jordan when Steve left the painting class. Enjoy your time here. You never know. It's true. Yeah, it was totally unexpected.
It was like the next week.
Yep, it was a week later.
Yep.
And he had just made a video too, because he had done his airbrush video from the Harbor Freight airbrush.
Yep.
Came home and died that night. Like, wow. Andrew says, we went out several times, just found new parking spots each time. It's not the end of the world. I agree. And we're not going to eat at the hotel. I'd rather eat puke from a bucket than go to that restaurant ever again.
Had a breakfast there on the Monday morning before.
Even the breakfast was bad.
Yeah. Oh my god. Like, I think Donnie and Ian and I had breakfast the morning that Steve and Katrina didn't wake up and you didn't wake up, and it was awful. The breakfast was absolutely terrible. And
oh yeah, so I definitely missed out.
Yeah. And then the breakfast the next day, I went back to the hotel while I was waiting for my flight and had breakfast there, and it was just as bad. Service was it feels like fast food trying to come off as it's not even fast food. It's like soup kitchen food trying to come off.
Yeah. It's
almost
so
like
gross.
a bad casino deli.
No, worse. I've had way better food at a casino.
Yeah.
I'm talking like a mall food court food.
Yeah.
Was not. It's not good.
Remember the burger fiasco and like how we actually got to meet Nick Tate because they brought out way too many burgers? That was wild. Like, what are we going to do with all these burgers? All right. I'm going to let that cure up so I can kind of bend it in place, but that's what that looks like.
Looking good.
Once installed, it looks really good, I do have to say. So
Don says Texas Roadhouse is on his schedule. I like Texas Roadhouse.
I'm down.
Mad rolls.
Don, are you taking us to Texas Roadhouse?
I think Don should take us to Texas Roadhouse. That sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds like a great
I'm
idea.
not totally opposed, depending on like what our budget looks like. I'm not opposed to having like basic like deli meats and stuff like that in the suite, and everybody can come up and just have lunch. We can make sandwiches and have some lettuce and tomato and mayo and mustard and whatever, and people can just make a sandwich and grab like a variety box of chips, and everybody can just come up and eat something. I'd rather make my own sandwich and eat that awful garbage at the restaurant.
Seriously, or go to Jack in the Box.
Well, Jack, the food wasn't bad once we got it. It just took 45 minutes to get the 15 people that are staring at their phones behind the counter to do anything.
That's right. And then we were in the time constraints of the class.
Yeah, because we were in the class. We're not doing the class. They're not doing the class this year. There is no class. There is no tag anymore. No, tag went away.
That's right. Are they doing any of the other?
They're doing. There's other classes going on. There's like a blender class, and I don't think they can do the bust one anymore again because of the huge fog of paint cloud that they make every year. There's so much.
That's how I met Dawn. Like Dawn was standing outside that room, and I was just like, "Oh my god, look at that!"
Dan sees a resemblance in Steve's picture. Yeah, and Don says he'll have a car, so we can see who wants to go. Nice. I mean, I'll get us. I mean, I have no problem. I get like a 30% discount through work on Lyft. I'll get us like a Lyft Luxury XL where they show up in like a Suburban and we just load up like 10 people in it.
Right.
And off we go. I am working on trying to get the next Pack 7 of the Apache posted.
Nice. Okay. Right, I'm going to use the photo etch piece. I'm going to go ahead and run a photo etch bender. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit here.
Andrew says he has space for 4 plus him and the Y. There you go.
Nice.
And Don says that's why we watch from the outside. Yeah, that you'd walk by and get high. I don't know how anybody was in there, and nobody was wearing masks. Nobody had respirators, and it was just a fog of paint, and it was like lacquer paint. Oh God, it was awful.
Oof, it was rough.
Yeah, it was bad.
Here's the piece I'm about to fold up.
Nice.
And there are the fold lines.
Figure out which the order is best. It's always a best order to folding up photo etch.
Yeah, so what I found is that doing the arrow, like if it's pointing this way, do the forward.
Yeah, and you fold into the crease, right? There's a scoring on them. You fold into the crease. That's the inside of the bend.
Oh, where are you?
Ouch. Japanese models, tools, and paints are looking to get hit with a 24% tariff. Yeah, well.
Oof. Well, here it is. I mean, we're here.
John says the work they were doing was great, but they had to be screwed up by all the fumes. I don't know how those people just didn't walk out with cancer. Awful. Well, let's take a look. Let's see what kind of events are going on.
There's gonna be some really I kind of want to. I might try to go see Greg Nicotero's panel. He's there. Robin Curtis, who played Savick in Star Trek, is going to
Yep.
be there.
Yep. Did you see that
Sternbach's
Denise
gonna be there.
Crosby was there in an earlier year?
Yeah, I was like, what?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I wouldn't go see her,
Sloughing
but
it.
she's been there.
Yeah, sloughing it.
They have none of the events listed. That's awesome.
Really?
Yeah.
They had all of the events listed by this time last year.
They said we're in process of building the 2025 schedule.
Wow. Really kind of unorganized.
Amazing model contest is there. Let's see who guests they have confirmed. Lou Temple, an actor from The Walking Dead. Robin Curtis. Ooh, she doesn't look the same.
Robin Curtis?
Yeah.
No. But for Grace.
Special
Grace went she.
Art department for Star Wars, Rise of Skywalker, Rogue One, etc. Joe Alves, production designer of Jaws, Close Encounters Third Kind. Nice.
Cool.
Greg Nicotero, director
Yep.
producer.
Wow.
Martha Kristen Kane, actress from Lost in Space, The Man from U.N.C.L.E. and Murphy Brown. Yeah, I don't recognize her.
Okay, that's
There's Rico Anderson. Mike Cusinelli, sculptor for Hasbro, Kenner Mattel. Okay. Nick Tate, of course. Excellent. Frank Dietz. John Eblin, designer, engineer, model maker for Star Wars, Star Trek, and Indiana Jones. Darren Doctorman. That's an interesting name. Concept artist. Sam Irvin. Yeah, he's been there. Rick Sternbach. He's been there. Interesting. All right. That's all that's on there for right now. Andrew says, I don't go for any of the guests either. I mean, I went up and talked to Rick a little bit because I had a question for him the very first year, and I didn't know who Nick Tate was when I invited him for a cheeseburger. So
no.
I just saw an old man look hungry. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I mean,
looked like he wanted to eat, and I'm like, you want a cheeseburger? Sure.
And he took it, man. He took it without any reservations.
And he was like, oh, yes, absolutely. I'm like, they give us a whole bunch of extras.
Yep.
He sat down, looked like a lost little lamb. Look at that. Now, let me ask you, now that you've done some photo etch and you seem confident doing it, like you just put that together, didn't seem like you stressed out a whole lot. Think about before you ever touched photo etch, how you felt about it.
I had to ask Dave what photo etch was.
Nice.
And how do you use it? And do you paint it? Is it supposed to just be left brass? Like, because every time I'd ever seen photo etch, it had been on, like, they put it on the model, but they leave it unpainted or anything like that so you could see the photo etch. And I'm like, is that just the style? Is that how you do it? So yeah, no clue whatsoever. And it's kind of nuts. I was kind of like reflecting, I think, on the Falcon video that came out today. Like, I'm not as klutzy as I used to be. I don't fling things around. Like, I don't like lose parts to the models anymore. I don't know. It's interesting. Like, I've kind of grown quite a bit over the last year. And,
yeah, it's not fun because you don't glue yourself to things anymore.
I think about that, and I think about you, Eric, every single time I glue myself. So yeah, no, Eric was always making the comments about getting glued. Yeah, no, it is interesting. Photo etch is something that I have found that don't be like timid with it. Don't be afraid of it. Just do it. And if it's going to break, it's going to break. Like, that's going to happen. If that happens here, I really don't know what I'm going to do, but I think I've got enough little pieces of photo etch that I could probably make it work. But I've found just be confident with it. What's that?
You know what I mean?
Buy two.
If you're worried about it, if you've never done photo etch before, buy 2 of the first photo etch set you're working on. If you screw one up, you have
exactly
right.
Exactly.
Get some practice in or something, or buy a cheap set of photo etch and just practice with it.
That's right.
Andrew says Rick stopped by my booth to touch the Enterprise D. Oh,
that's so cool. That would be
So,
so cool.
do you know which D it was? Because you can tell whoever's getting that D. You'd be like, this has been, Rick touched your D. Ha! Andrew says, I don't lose parts of the model anymore, in quotes. Falcon gives him the side eye.
Well, they were lost already. Yeah. That's
I think we have actual video evidence of that, of you going, well, that part's gone.
The first 10 or so streams.
And Eric says, sad trumpet sounds. Learn how glue works. Oh, see, he does know which one it is. You should tell that guy. You'd be like, Rick frobbed your D. Felt it right up. It's a special.
Grab my tweezers.
Trent says, like taps playing softly in the background. Oh. Eric says, I'm going to practice with Metal Earth kits to learn photo etch. Oh, God, no. No.
Yeah, Metal Earth.
Well, here's the problem. It's not good to learn with because it's not brass, it's steel. And it doesn't want to bend. And it's sharp as hell. It's like little scalpels. And tears your hands up. And it's tiny little tabs you're supposed to twist. It's nothing like photo etch. Throw all those Metal Earth kits away. They're awful. In my opinion. IMHO. I'm looking at all the things to do in Louisville, and they're all awful.
Well, I feel like we didn't really want for entertainment. Like we kept ourselves pretty entertained. Like we're gonna have the streams and all that. So
you want to blow glass?
No. Could do that here.
And it's not the flame working studio. I'm talking about the guy down the street, the hobo.
His name is Glass.
His name is Glass, yeah. The Muhammad Ali, the Steamboat Museum. Oh God, the Cave Hill Cemetery, a sanatorium. What's wrong with this place? You can go visit the birthplace of Abraham Lincoln.
Oh.
All you can get to see Fort Knox, but it's 90 miles or less away. They ain't no gold. Churchill Downs, Mammoth Cave. But see, I like this. 30 miles away, the Horseshoe Casino in Indiana, formerly Caesars.
I like that idea.
The Horseshoe Casino Resort, that's 30 minutes. That's nothing. Slightly off a beaten path, Thunder, Indiana, with over 100 gaming tables and 2,000 slot machines.
Good Lord.
Be sure to find a game that's right up your alley. And then I'm not kidding about this. It's called the French Lick Springs Hotel. In Southern Indiana. The French Lick looks like the Grand Hotel in Somewhere in Time. It's about 70 miles from Crown, and has a casino now. I think we should definitely horseshoe it.
I think we can do that.
We should do that one of those nights.
Especially maybe Thursday.
You know what? Do you know what day are you gonna try to get there Thursday?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get there Thursday.
So if you get there Thursday, we can do, because we don't have to get up for nothing on Friday.
Yeah, thank God.
Friday's like you're just like kind of get settled in a relaxed day.
Yep.
Get shopping during the week. We can do that Thursday night. I'm sure there's a lot of people that go that wouldn't come with us anyway.
It would be debauchery. Okay.
It reminds me of the sleds that they hang from the side of buildings to wash the windows.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Eric thinks that pain and injury is the best teacher. Yeah, but it's also just, if you do it more than once, it also shows your misery. You have misery in you. Like you build one and you learn not to build them again. But you want to do another one, that's different.
Right.
We could take the other Don to the Jim Beam tour. Yeah, they have like a whiskey something or other, Whiskey Row. Where is it? The Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
Oh God.
John Ken says his name is Ron Glass. That's right. Don says the National Corvette Museum. That might be pretty cool, but isn't that the one that fell in a sinkhole?
Oh,
and all the cars fell in because I don't really want to go in that building.
yeah.
I don't care if they did fill it in. Not
We
interested.
fixed it. It's
Mhm.
fine.
Ken says amazing looking photo etch. Jordan, nice.
Thank you, sir.
And Eric says if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
That's right. Yeah. Gotta very carefully get glue right in between here.
Have you tried soldering your photo etch yet?
I did once, and it completely failed. I've also tried burnishing, and it completely fell apart. So yeah, I've done things with photo etch. Lots of experimenting. And this model really is my first real experiment or experience with photo etch. Now this tiny little piece, nice and folded, nice and flat. And this one sits in right in the middle. There's not even like a little notch. Like I have to kind of find a spot where that kind of sits in the middle perfectly, which is kind of annoying.
Don says yes, but it's been repaired. Yeah, I'm sure they thought it was a perfectly fine one before the hole showed up. Somebody said that ground was fine. He says it's cool. It's right next to the plant. I assume you mean Bowling Green, where they build Corvettes. Is that still where they build Corvettes?
I
And
know
Ken
that.
says, glass from Barney Miller and Firefly. Oh,
Oh yeah.
well, I mean, if Jordan wants to blow glass, we can make it happen, I guess.
Why? Why is it me? Ian's gonna be there. He may want to blow glass.
Well, we're going to try to keep Ian from causing a hazmat situation. We got to evacuate the hotel.
True. True. It's very true. We're gonna do the Friday and Saturday stream again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, I was going to try to do some kind of mixer because I think between if Ian brings his Rode mics and one of us brings the Newers,
Mm-hmm.
maybe we can mic up like 4 people, so we don't have to try so hard to
Be around that microphone.
Yeah, pick up the mic in the room, which picks up a lot of the background noise too, if you want it to work, and
Yeah.
then try to have just a small mixer or something that you can plug them all into.
It's a good idea.
Let's see. Eric says, "Does Fairgraphics sell photos?" Yes, they do, and he has a lot. And matter of fact, Paul told us that because he was in our suite last year. He told us that he was going to he would send us some. He's like, "Oh, I have a ton of that stuff. You want some?"
Just ask. Yeah.
Yeah, just ask him for it. And I'm sure if you pay the shipping, he'll send you a bunch you can practice with.
Green Strawberry does as well.
Yeah. Okay, Bowling Green. Yep. Okay, so I was right. Ricardo says working with photo etch is a pain, but the end result makes it worth it. Yeah, if you can do it. There's definitely some very good results. Then there's other situations where adding photo etch just looks like you added a piece of photo etch.
Right.
Oh, looks good.
Thank you, sir.
Ken says he passed in 2017. Who? Oh, Ron Glass. Gotcha.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Don says, I think they have tours of the plant. I just want to meet the guy that came over from Ferrari that said that they should look like Ferraris. Because now I see a vet and I'm like, oh, there's a Ferrari over there. Oh no, it's another vet.
Yep. The newer Ferrari or newer vet. There we go. The newer vets definitely they're very exotic.
They're very Ferrari.
Yeah.
But you know what? For if you look at a Corvette and what you get for the money, it's really not a bad car.
Dude, it's really not a bad car.
I mean, you can get a stupid fast, well done for like 65.
Yep.
It's not 100.
Well equipped for like 85.
Yeah, what is it? The ZR1. Is that the
The ZR1?
ZL1? ZR1?
No,
ZR1?
Yeah, they are.
It's a ZR1. Like the fully loaded, top of the line, everything, and you might be into what 85 or 90 or something like that, and that's like the stupid version.
And it's a supercar.
My problem is I don't fit, and you basically have
Yeah.
to lay down to drive them. And I'm too old for that shit now.
Right.
Oh, Z06, yes, Corvette Z06. You're right.
Z06, there you go.
What the hell did I say? ZR1? That's a fucking
ZR1
Chevy pickup truck. Or is that at the Camaro? I can't remember now. Ken says I need a Sheldon bot from Big Bang Theory for Wonderfest. Why? What's a Sheldon bot? I don't remember. I watched Big Bang, but I don't remember that reference. Thank you, Trent. I knew it was something. Andrew says, can't say I'm a fan. Well, it has a very, very specific purpose, and it usually has to do with you reaching middle age and trying to make up for being old.
Yep.
Like I'm guessing that maybe my Hellcat was my last vestige of that. I just like the way it sounded, but it also is like that was my last. That was the car where I went from. While I had it, I went from I like going fast and taking corners at speed and accelerating and feeling G's and all that stuff to why am I driving this fast and do I really need to get to the minute sooner? And you know what I mean? Like it's got to this point where I'm like, this is kind of stupid. I really don't want to get a ticket because it's kind of a pain in the ass.
Dude, seriously, that's what
driving it, and that was it. I don't see myself. Maybe that's what happens when these people buy these Corvettes. They still want to feel young, like, look at me and all that kind of stuff, I guess. And then that's it. I don't ever buy something like that.
Right.
Eric says a virtual presence robot. Okay. Oh, is that like a little thing on wheels that has an iPad at the top and he can walk around like he's there?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He can talk to people and it's just his face.
I like that idea.
Don says, yes, they did not build big enough for Bigfoot. Well, I don't think most cars are designed for, I think they cap out at about 6'6" for most cars. And I don't like the seating position. I don't like the fact that you're practically laying down.
Sitting on the ground.
And the seats don't recline because they're right up against the firewall. So I just, everything about them just now doesn't make any sense. When I was younger, maybe.
Taking these two phallic shaped pieces here. Oh, that was genius, Jordan. I'm supposed to do that on a piece of paper. Oh my god. Don't. No. I just glued myself.
Oh, you made Eric happy.
Yep.
There's something about that one that has like the extra squish at the beginning.
Yeah.
It's not like the normal one because I think the normal one gets cut off.
It does. We need to add the extra.
That's what I thought.
Second.
And Don says, ta-da! And now my next trick. Eric says even a lot of the SUVs, the 6.5 or taller, your head hits the roof liner unless there's a sunroof anymore. It's actually worse with a sunroof because the headliner is lower because the sunroof adds like 2 inches to the roof line. So it's worse with a sunroof, and you're not going to drive your head sticking out of the sunroof. So,
right.
I started buying like when my towards the end of my BMW eras, I stopped ordering sunroofs because I needed the headroom, and I never opened the damn thing.
That's the thing. Like I was obsessed with having them for a while, and then I realized that I just never really used them.
No. Now I open the sunroof in the Jeep quite a bit more, but that's because Rebecca likes the sun and she likes looking up at the stars while we're driving at night, and it has a panoramic, right, that goes back like 6 feet or something.
Jesus.
So she likes that. The kids like looking out because it goes so far back. The kids in the back seat can look up.
Yeah. These pieces are tiny. I am putting glue on my finger and metal. This isn't going to end badly at all. Oh. I don't know. No. No. Good Lord. No. There we go. Did the glue actually dry? Yes, it did. Did it? There we go.
Eric says that's why we buy the Jeep Wrangler. Lots of headroom, even with the hard top. That looks good. What is that? Just some extra part?
It's a little.
That's the fits in the side. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the piece that connects, like, so it goes along the side there on the opposite side.
I got you.
And that's what grips the lower portion. There.
So it's like a lip that grips.
Yep.
I got you.
Actually, going a little quicker than I thought it was going to, which is good.
Well, I'm doing all the talking on your stream, so you're getting more work done.
Yeah.
How you like them apples?
That's how it goes. But we're also discussing Wonderfest stuff. And okay. So that's what that is. I'm going to let that dry in for a couple minutes before I do anything with it. Because I'm going to need to bend these in and kind of position them so that they can pinch this piece below.
Is that one straight? That one looks crooked.
This one?
No, the one you just had in your hand. The brass doesn't looks like it was off. Is it straight or is it just the camera?
Actually, it is a little off. There we go. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, it looked like it was glued.
It was
plastic crooked.
It was. Yep.
I'd be curious how the Y seats you in the front. I usually have a lot more room in the driver's seat than a passenger seat. Passenger seats are rough. They're rough because the glove box tends to come down lower than knee bolsters under the steering wheel in cars. And so I usually have less room in a passenger seat.
Huh.
Don says, ta-da, number 2. And
right.
Andrew says, Jordan, you need a box of gloves.
I have a box of gloves. They're back there. Look, man, as soon as I got on the stream, my brain stops working. I swear to God. It's like, as soon as the camera goes, my brain goes with it. So, why was I never an actor? So,
you don't have the tips.
That one. No, I don't.
That's good.
This one is all straightened up.
Are those parts metal? Are they die cast?
No, this is all plastic, but this is just done with the. Yeah, I painted them already.
Ooh, looks pretty good.
Thank you. This is probably you and Dave really helped me figure out how to get the aluminum down with the gloss black first, and then Dave was really instrumental in helping me like be patient with getting lacquers. Like spray a coat, let it wait a little bit. Spray a coat, wait, let it wait. You don't want to like punch it in the face because otherwise you're going to be drying for a month or two. And between the two of you, where you kind of came in, I think it was specifically on the silver paint and the application and making sure that I was staying far enough away to allow it to settle without dusting. And so I'm actually the paint job here isn't bad. I'm just kind of regretting. It was just in the days where I was like, I didn't paint on sprue, but I was painting before assembly, and so that's just not something that I'm going to do. That's not how I build models these days. So
if it's a small enough, single enough part, I'll still paint on the sprue just because there's more to hang on to, and I can touch up where the gate was, and it's not going to matter. I do that a lot with like the U96 parts. But if they're larger parts, and I'll probably cut them off, sand them down nice and pretty. Like I don't paint on the sprue for the Falcon, for example.
Right. Exactly.
Don says it's all pizza dust. LOL. It does look great though. Eric
There you
says,
go.
Jordan, I forgot to ask, were you drinking White Claws while watching Cat gamble? You appear on the screen reflecting a lot.
No, God, I actually, the last time I drank was at Wonderfest last year. I maybe have had a beer. Yeah, I may have had a beer or two in the last year. Like, I'm just not a big drinker.
Me either.
Never really have it. Yeah, it killed my mom when I was a kid. So like it's not like my mom had a real alcohol problem, and so it's just something that I've kind of stayed away from. But when I'm at the casino, trust me, I may not gamble, but they lose money on soda and coffee. That's for sure. So it was like
so true. I get my sodas for and that's so true.
So yeah, that's I'm always making sure that I'm taking care of myself when it comes to hydration at the casino.
No, you're right. You're right, Ken. Jordan.
I would not.
Just imagine the blooper reel, though.
Oh my God. It would be pretty hilarious, actually. All right. So this one is going to go together a little bit better than the other one just because I built it a little bit better. So what I'm going to do, get that glue up in that corner. Grab some kicker. I like to use a syringe with kicker in it, which really works well. You don't have to smell it too much. Just a little drop. And that, I was like, and that did nothing. And then all of a sudden it just held right in place. And then it did something immediately.
You gotta give it a second to crystallize. Come on.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Don's,
like, it stinks.
Don's hourly reminder to press the like button while you're here.
Thank you.
Eric's, oh God, Eric's already molesting it.
Gotta watch that guy.
I protest. I am not a merry man.
I always, since the debacle where I wasn't able to add myself to the studio that one day, I always pop in as soon as I get home from work and make sure that everything's all good. So if I need to like restart, like recreate a new stream, I have time or whatever. Right. And I always test the sound effects, and that is always one of the ones that I'm testing. I am not a merry man. I have been watching a little of the old school next gen late. And Battlestar. I've been watching a lot of Battlestar Galactica lately. Really good show. Kind of want to build a Viper. There we go.
That would be fun.
It would be a good part work. Who has the rights to Battlestar? That would be...
Wasn't that was Universal, NBC Universal, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Ken
Although
says, I want to play bingo with a Jordan stream. Oh, we could make Jordan. Jordan could have his own card, I'm sure.
Oh, probably. Yeah.
And it would be laugh, giggle, smirk, smile, break. You know what I mean? Like it would just be like different versions of laugh.
Right.
The whole card. Hey Donnie. What's up, man?
Hey Donnie.
Welcome to the stream.
Look at this. That one went together really quick and easy. I'm kind of surprised.
Looks good.
Wow.
Will it actually support the weight of the model?
So that's actually what I was just checking. And I think so.
I mean, the model's not that heavy, right? And how many of those legs do you get? 4?
2, just 2. So there's only 3 legs. I need to install the bottom panel still. You can see the photo etch bottom from here still. But there's going to be 2 legs here that stick out from either side right here. And then we have the front one. So there's only 3. And the front one, which we're about to assemble here, doesn't actually have any photo etch. So it looks good just as it stands. So I think so. I think this should be enough. Yeah, actually. I mean, that feels pretty like I'm not manhandling this, right? I'm not like trying to squeeze it, like super squeeze it, but it feels sturdy. Yeah, that feels pretty sturdy. Very cool. All right. So let me bring up my.
Eric says, I'm surprised that HCM doesn't need. We have talked about doing a blooper reel multiple times, but nobody's got the time to look through thousands of hours of the streams, and nobody. We're not making. I wish we did. We say it sometimes. We'll say, "Oh, mark the time," and then nobody actually marks it anywhere. They don't write it down in Discord. They don't put it in the chat, and
Right.
and the chats aren't good because I can't really scroll through the chats or search the chats. It's better to put it in Discord when there's a funny thing to do. But it's just, I would have, but it's a lot of work.
It's hard.
I'm
Yeah.
not that kind of time on it. And I forget by the time it's over. He also
Well,
says,
maybe
Mark
Buck
2
does.
or 7 Viper. Which version?
If I'm not mistaken, the Mark II is like what is the older version that we saw in Battlestar 79. And then the 7 is the one that they flew in the new series, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not quite sure. I'm not that deep into the lore of Battlestar.
I like the original ones.
The originals.
Built the Pegasus, and that it looks great. It looks great, Jordan.
Thank you.
And Donnie says maybe we should give Ian that job. Yeah, but Ian would leave. Ian makes most of the bloopers, and he would leave himself out.
Yep.
He would skip over a bunch of them that are just too stupid to him, and we find hilarious. So.
All right. So the front landing gear piece. It's glued together like that, and then it is. Does it go one way? Yes. Yep. So it only goes one way. There we go. So it's going to fit in just like that. Cool.
Excellent.
Let's get some glue in there. This is actually kind of surprisingly. I was worried that I was going to take a little bit more time to put together these landing gear, but appreciate you doing the talking. There we go. Clips into place. There it is. Sweet. So let's take a look at the instructions here. We're on to the back page. And what we're going to need to do, what's funny is they tell you to assemble these flap sections here.
Mm-hmm.
But then they don't tell you where they go. Like, this is all the instructions. That's it.
What piece is that? Like, is it the roof?
No. So I think what it is, it's going to be the piece that, like, it's the flap that opens up off the side of the ship, where the landing gear go. So it's like the flap that opens up. But they don't tell you that where it goes.
Do they have any pictures on their website?
No, just on the you can see it on this part right here.
So you just have to guess?
Just have to guess, yeah.
They may make good parts, but their instructions leave a little be desired.
Apparently they had a flu for a month, and they just didn't do anything, didn't ship anything, didn't do anything for a month.
They had a what?
A flu. They had the flu for a month.
They had the flu?
The flu.
So they just shut the business down?
Shut the business down for an entire month.
I understand there's 2 of them, and that's it, but...
Come on, man. Just Anyway, I'm not judging, just judging. That's all. All right, grab a sip here. So these ones, I'm hoping that I got this right. So some weird car in the parking lot. Huh. It's like an old Crown Vic, but not.
That means
Oh
nothing.
no,
That
no,
means-
it's square. It's a Caprice, old like '80s Caprice, and it is stupid loud. Sorry, I got hella distracted. I apologize.
Squirrel?
Squirrel, exactly. Donnie, be safe, man. I know there's a lot of crazy weather out there, so do guys please be
I
safe.
love this. Oh, I thought it said. I thought it just said seems to be tornado. Like it's just casual.
Yeah.
One came close to the plant this afternoon, pick off work, and now there's one headed to Murfreesboro.
Ugh.
Ken says they're landing gear doors. Let's see. Eric said the Blacks and the Pegasus are the Mark 7. And so what you're saying, Jordan, is Green Strawberry has bad instructions. Yeah. In the nicest way possible.
Yes.
And Eric's waiting on you to yell out the window, get off my lawn like an old man.
Right.
He's not old enough yet.
Not quite.
Oh, hello. Hold, please.
Sounds good. All right. So part number 5 is going to be 5 and 6. These are going to go along the tops up here. Let's grab part number. What was it, 5 and 14? No. Oh, their instructions. So
Oh, I get more Portillos. I'm so excited.
nice. There is no part number 14. What are you guys smoking? Dude. Like part of me wants to like really help them with their instructions. But all I get was like a thumbs up emoji. Yeah, thanks. When I tell them that their instructions don't make any sense. It's like, okay.
Well, even in IT, they say that documentation is, when you're rushed, the documentation is the first thing to go. So
Yeah,
they're probably not wrong.
100% correct.
When you don't have any time, the documentation is the lowest priority of all things. I like it.
Across the top, just like that. So
I feel like you're the only person that's going to know that's there.
I will 100%. I probably could have got away with just doing regular stock landing gear and been totally fine. But you know what? I am going to be happy because this has been like a. I can tell you this model finishing this one, I'm going to be very happy when this one's done because it was such like a mind. It was a mental block for me last year. I gave myself no time to get it done, and then I just put it down for such a long time. It's kind of like I'm a little embarrassed about it, but I think that's why I'm doing all of the things now. All right. That one's glued in place. It's nice and even. Good. Do the other one.
There's this stupid page. Here it is. That one too.
Where are you? There you are. Yeah, this is going to be a fiddly part, that's for sure. To get this installed as well, we're going to have to install the lower portion of the ship. So that's where I know I'm going to need to do a ton of putty work. All
That's
right,
good.
there we go. Now, what we have to do
Ow! What is this?
is take these two pieces that look like W's, fold them up, and then split the ends so that they create this sort of effect where it creates an arm that'll grab onto the ship. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
Thank you. So we have. They give you an extra one. Oh, nice. That's great. Yeah, that's smart. It's me.
Where is? I split out on my Apache website. I'm splitting out the detailing of all the different loadout attachments.
Yeah.
So you have to have it on one page so that the individual pages, because Pack 7 is mostly doing a lot of decals and accessories. It's not a whole lot of building, but it's so repetitive just to put the same. These are how you do decals. These are how you do decals. These are how you do decals. You
Yeah.
know. And
The
Don
Apache is one of the ones. Go ahead.
No, Don just said you had that other build, which we shall not name, taking up your time.
Yeah.
And Ken says, looking great, Jordan.
Thank you.
What were you going to say about the Apache?
It's one of the models that are like, as I'm starting to get towards thinking about the next part works. The Apache is definitely on the list of things that I kind of want to build. I just don't know about all that decal work. Oh my god. Oh no. So when I glued this, I glued the piece that's supposed to flap out. So right here at the other end, it's supposed to create two little flaps. I glued that together. So what I am going to do, somehow, carefully create a flap just on one side. I'm putting it
Eric
underneath.
says, are you doing Vader?
So yeah, I think Vader definitely has to be done. I realize that, you know, the way YouTube works is, what's hot and fresh,
Use the
right?
bonder.
Actually, what I did was just create a flap on one side. We can pick that up.
It's cute.
Yeah. So let's see. That attaches right there. So by right there, I mean right here. My God. Really? Okay. Hey. All right. Oh man. This is a tiny little piece. How? Oh. There it is. I don't fling my pieces around anymore. I say. I say.
Oh, I'm on the last step before the pages go live. Here we go.
Nice. Good Lord. And that is. Huh. Something tells me that this is going to be a thing. So I got that flattened out. There we go. Let's do the next one. Wait. No, they didn't give us an extra one. They just give us 4. Because, of course, There we go. Start the bend. Drop the piece. My God. Smallest work for the fattest fingers, let me tell you. What's that?
Available to shave me when you bring it.
Yeah. Like, when do you want to get that going by?
As soon as possible. I know that you're doing stuff.
Okay.
So I can eat first or whatever if you need some time.
Yeah, I can I'll be able to take a 5-minute break or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should I eat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kat is going to need my help here in a couple minutes. I'll need to take a quick 5-minute break. She is dyeing her hair. And because I know how to cut hair, needs me to cut her hair real quick. Ken. Why, thank you, sir. Awful kind. Lick the parts. I did. Here.
Join. I don't know. Are you gonna? Is she crop dusting you or not yet?
Not yet.
Dash says, "Oh, I can't change whether it's to dust or not to dust." Dash says, "I was trying to point out part 14 was up your crack needs butter spackle. What? Slap your cat, stroke your finer up the armpit for a. Oh Lord.
Oh, Howard, how are you?
He sounds like he's doing fine.
Oh no.
What is it that we told that we needed Howard for? Oh, your private charter jet to fly your models to Wonderfest?
Right.
Mm.
Uh-oh. No, I found it. There's no way. There is no way I found that. Wow. There's no way I found that. That is freaking crazy. Ken, thank you, sir. Much appreciated. I really appreciate you. All you guys hang out with me once a week. Then many times on the Hobby Time Mauler streams when I actually make it. And that's good. No. No, Donnie has to replace a FEP. That sucks. Although it's kind of like tuning a drum. If you've ever done that, it's kind of interesting. Oh. That's what that looks like.
Oh my god!
I actually can't. I can't believe I actually got that done. That is way too tiny. Like I can actually see it better on the screen than I can in person.
Do we need to do one of those magnifying glasses on the flexible arm?
I actually
Like a jeweler's lens with the ring light in it.
I actually have one somewhere, and it.
You should find it. I sometimes I wonder if that would be easier than wearing those stupid goggles. Dash says, I'm fine. Oh, sure. Anybody that says it that way. Frustrated, irritable, nauseous, extremely tired. Yep, fine. Wow.
Fine. I also like to use as the freaked out, insecure, neurotic, and emotional.
Oh, excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Donnie says, that looks cool, Jordan. Is that just a flap for some door?
Yeah, so it's the...
Is that a landing gear door?
Landing gear door, yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
And I'm curious to see how it's going to actually fit, like if it's actually going to work. So we're going down a path.
Like if you have to glue those little tabs to the side of like the edge of the model to get them to work as flaps, that's one of those things that I would do at Wonderfest. Bring a bottle of glue, some debonder and a syringe. I would not put that on right now. That would be me, because that's be one of those parts that if you shake the model, that's going to break off.
It's a really good idea.
Do you know what I mean? Like you can still paint it and everything, and you can scrape off a little bit of the brass at the end, scrape off some of the paint or matte, and just put some tape on it before you paint.
Yeah.
Where it needs to attach, and then just put that on at the show. I mean, all you need some glue and some goggles. You know what I mean? Like I just wouldn't want that to break off. You don't have a way to fix it, or it bends the metal in a way you can't fix it. Oh, that just terrifies me.
No, that's a great tip. I will 100% do that. So I'll put that in the little case. So
oh look,
you want to install that, but it's yep, Cat's here.
Is she bringing that for you?
No, that's not for me. Oh. That was for her. She just got home from work because she's eating.
Dash says if you don't lose it. Yeah, but you can put like all these little parts in like a Ziploc bag and put them inside the model, so at least they're with the model. That kind.
Yep. No, you're right. It's such a tiny little connection point. Like they're two tiny little metal arms. Like that's not going to work. So
pizza time. Yep. I agree, Don.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I don't like on the Apache, like this pack I'm doing now. There's all these little antennas and launchers and everything that we mount to the body, little hand grips, like pull like steps and handles and stuff you're supposed to mount to the body. And I'm like, yeah, don't do that. Yeah, as you handle the model, those things are just going to snap off. And I wish I had known. Yep. I wish I had done that with the two handles I put into the tail. Like I wouldn't have done that in the beginning of the Apache. I would have said, just wait for later, because you can add them anytime. They're on the exterior of the ship.
That's right.
It says, and this is a question you need to ask Kat. Did you bring enough for everybody?
Don asked Kat, did you bring enough pizza for everybody? She said nope.
At least she's honest. Donnie says, don't you love that Zen feeling you get while you're working on photo etch?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
Once again, glued.
It's the side mirrors of any part work, like the Apache or the Optimus or the cars or just anything that's sticking out of the model. Anything I can say that this is delicate and it can wait until the end of the build, I wait.
No, that's a great tip. I would have installed it and then gotten pissed. So that's a fantastic tip.
Okay, so Ken's got a new nickname now.
What's that?
Look at the screen.
Sugar Bear.
You should show that to
I
Kat.
like it. Where are you?
Dash says pretty woman doesn't like sharing. Did you have some pizza already?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Me? No.
Yeah.
I had a part of a burrito when I got home. She's eating the leftovers from yesterday. My only knock with this photo etch bender is it kind of wiggles around a little bit until you settle it. You have to kind of like get the part lined up properly. Because this will kind of like wiggle back and forth a little bit. But that's the only problem. That ain't nothing. Oh, yeah. Fantastic. Well, I need to clean off the end of that. Oh. Blue tool. There we go.
Dash says the paper plane Learjet is ready. All right. Well, we tried to get him to private charter you a jet, but that's, you get a paper plane instead.
Howard.
That's awesome.
Dude.
Thank you, Dash. That
Wild,
was
man.
really
Thank
generous.
you.
Very nice of you. You've been dashed, Don says.
Seriously, like, dude, thank you, as always. Like, really appreciate it. But I don't even know what to say anymore. Like, it's like, like.
Hey, Dash,
support.
did you? I didn't get a chance to look. Did you dash on Wayne today, or no?
Yeah, Mike's his Facebook page, that new Facebook page, has really done well for my channel. Actually, a lot of people have been clicking through from there, which is great. Test Circuit Pro review is going to go up tomorrow morning. What am I doing? Gluing something that's not even ready yet. Sorry, you guys couldn't see what I was doing there for a second. Sorry. The Zoom in is a little. Forget about that sometimes. Howard, thank you.
Don
Making
says
a
more
Wonderfest.
beer. Ken
Yeah.
says money to upgrade your train seat. Yeah, that could be the difference between a coachette and the Pullman car. Dash says, don't talk down to your woman. Don't be an Ionizer.
Howard, I did see your comments this afternoon, by the way, and yeah, no. Dash emailed me or messaged me right after your stream last night, and yeah, Ian was saying things. He was saying words. Many words that wouldn't be said in front of his significant other. All right. So I'm 2 for 4 on getting these folded out correctly, but I got this one right. If I can find it,
Yeah, I had to work through his stream. I had stuff to get done today. I don't mind drinking Coke Zero, but coming out of a can, it's not very good.
Really?
Like fountain Coke Zero is fine, you know, but Coke Zero in a bottle or a can does taste like the can. It's not the same. Dash says he was on it last night. Ken missed it. We could send Tony a video clip. You know what?
Let's just not.
Yeah, that is not my business.
Yep.
Let somebody else worry about that one.
Yep. We don't contribute. We just add to. This piece put in place. Only slightly on screen.
Where the hell did it go?
What's that?
I lost a graphic. Where do you suppose it went?
Your computer somewhere. Oh my God. Where'd you go? If you were to, oh my God.
That says it's the syrup. There's something about like I know the secret why McDonald's Coke tastes so good versus like the same Coke someplace else. It's not like different syrup or anything, but
no, they get it delivered.
They pre-chill the syrup and the water. Typically the water is cold on places, but they pre-chill the syrup too. It goes to this big chiller bath before the syrup before it gets to the nozzles, and it makes a difference.
It comes directly in a vat as well. It's never in a box. It's never in anything other than food grade stainless steel.
Now, I don't know if McDonald's went to the boxes or not.
No, they don't.
They used to come in Fiegel cans, right? The 5-gallon cans that were pressurized with air. Because when I worked at McDonald's, that's how the syrup arrived.
It's a giant 150-gallon.
Jesus.
Yep, 150 gallons, and they get deliveries like 2 to 3 times a week.
Ken says, it's over there. Dash says maybe Ian talks down to his models. I'm sure he would cuss them out when we don't hear it. Alex says, hi, Jordan. Hey, Alec. He says, hi, Jordan.
Hey, Alec.
So I just dropped off my bike at the shop while the fly tire had 2 massive holes in it, not to mention one had a freaking half-inch nail or spike. Jesus.
Jeez Louise. Yeah, I had a flat tire just recently myself. That sucked. Middle of the night. All right. Those 2 little pieces are put in place, and the most fiddly part of the photo etch is done. So these are going to get set off to the side, and then I will get those painted and then stored safely. All right. I am going to take a 5-minute break. Are you in a spot to entertain, Todd?
Am I? I'm typing, but I'll play your song.
There you go.
You play your song. That's a good like 4 minutes.
Yeah, there we go. All right, I'll be right back. Sorry about this, guys.
Dash says, well, Dr. Pepper can be bottled by Coke or Pepsi plants. You can tell by the bottle design. Yeah, that's true. Alex says, at least I know the liner they put into this job. Ender says, wow, that's a super chat. I know, right? Way to go, Howard. All right, I got to do some typing, so I'm going to find his song here. Here we go. He'll be back soon.
Well, I remember back in 24, building models in the cave of my floor. YouTube rolling like a freight train, aligning the stars, it keeps me sane. Laughter filling up my cluttered room, with 3 cats prowling through the gloom. Pizza in the oven, that cheesy delight, while gluing my fingers, what a sight. Oh, I'm just Jordan, living life loud, with a laugh and a fart breaking through the crowd. Got my Sonic Saber and Metallica on blast, building these memories, making them last. I might be Andrew, but ain't that a twist? In a world of chaos, I just can't resist. Well, my man bun shrunk, but my heart's still wide. Dial up internet, oh, it's a slow ride. Lacquer makes the room blacker, but I don't mind, as long as I'm crafting with some good friends combined. Listen to Lars while I paint and I glue. Rips ass to break the silence like I always do. Through every mishap, I just laugh and parts ping like glue on my fingers. It's a permanent thing. Oh, I'm just Jordan, living life loud with a laugh and a fart breaking through the crowd. Got my Sonic Saber and Metallica on blast, building these memories, making them last. I might be Andrew, but ain't that a twist? In a world of chaos, I just can't resist. Now the sun sets low, the day's getting long. With pizza and laughter, I'm where I belong. 3 cats in my house and I'm feeling just fine, telling stories to the stars that align. In a world of models, I made my own space, living for moments that none can replace. So laugh with me, friend, let the good times flow. In this quirky little life, I'm the star of the show. Oh, I'm just Jordan, living life loud with a laugh and a fart breaking through the crowd. Got my Sonic Saber and Metallica on blast, building these memories, making them last. I might be Andrew, but ain't that a twist? In a world of chaos, I just can't resist. So here's to the nights with glue and with grace. To embrace. With each little moment, I know I have won. In my funny little life, I'm still having fun.
It's such a good song. It's actually really good. Like the song itself is really good. I'm proud of myself. I didn't do it. I'm Suno, but no. I mean, like just the whole song. I really like it. Ken says it's better than any Squirrel Hole. Yeah, you know that's not his best song. Honestly, the original, his jingle is probably just the best part of him.
It's seen at a glance. I'm afraid of bands. I go off on brands. And I shit my pants.
That's right. Yeah, I wrote the lyrics for that with a little bit of help of a AI generator. Like a lyric generator did the framing of it, like the choruses and verses and bridges, and then I went through and changed pretty much all of the words and stuff like that, just to kind of keep the cadence and make it more his. And then just pump that lyrics into Suno and let it go. Give it ideas and prompt it for a good track. Dash says Jordan comes back with his hair multicolored. Yeah. Oh, is your hair different colors? No. Oh.
No.
Don says, hey, we were just talking about your song. I honestly, your song is, I think of all the ones I've ever done, yours is the best one.
I hate to admit it, but I like not narcissistically, like I will listen to it from time to time, and I'm like, it's kind of good.
Like the actual song. I mean, the lyrics are good because they fit you and things like that. But just the cadence of it and the way that Suno arranged the song, it was very good. I mean, it's very good.
Yeah.
And then just putting in little things like Sonic Saber and Metallica on blast. I mean, just I might be Andrew. See, and even Andrew says, "How did I get in that song?"
But ain't that a twist? What was funny is I heard it playing over the headphones. And then
the thing about the finger and the glues being a permanent bond, I'm like, just parts of it are so good. There's so many little I'm
You should be impressed.
I'm proud of that one, and that one didn't feel forced. Sometimes you have to you're trying to cram a bunch of stuff into a song and give it body, but I don't know. I'm proud of that one.
You should be. It was a good one. All right, so now kind of working through the rest of the photo etch, and that's going to be putting some photo etch details on the landing ramps and on kind of on the body and stuff like that. So on this piece, where are we going? The very bottom, really? Okay.
Dash says, I did that with my poems in a few songs and did that sooner like Todd. I wonder if I could sell my songs to some artists. You never know. Songwriters are, the song has to go with music. Or, I mean, the lyrics, the lyrics should trigger the song. So Dash says, you have to make more. And Ken says, dance for me, monkey.
Dance for me, monkey, right? All right. So we have these little square pieces, Mark 12 down here. And I've already gone through and primed these with the Mr. Metal Primer R. So I used this. Primed everything a few months ago, actually, now at this point. Good Lord. So why do you want it to put on the bottom? Like, why would you do that? Oh, it's not on the bottom. Oh, I see. So they want on the bottom of each one of these, there's a little square detail. And so they want us to put one of those little photo etch squares in there. They gave us so many, but there's only like 2 of them that we need to use. That's odd. Okay. So go ahead and do that. Very odd. Wow, that just popped right out. There's a photo etch piece. Good Lord. How?
Alex says, Ken's here. Banning might have you up.
You know what? No, I'm not.
Wayne? Are you going to call him Wayne? Because like Phil gets Philly or Philip. Like he can be Philly. Lou can be Louie. Andrew can be Andy. Jordan can be Georgie.
Jordy?
Jordy. Yeah, Jordo. I don't know what Wayne. You got to find a name for Wayne that you can say and be like, oh, I didn't realize that's how you said it. That says I could post mine on HTM, but I don't need Ian crying. Wayne's song is AI2. Which song? Like his little theme song thing? And Nexus models and Bucks. Oh yeah. It's too easy now. So oh, that looks good. I like that. Is that the back door?
It's the side doors. So this is the one that is going to come out through right here.
I would have stripped all the paint off of that, and because gluing to paint is not usually very successful. But I would have soaked all those parts in alcohol and let all the paint come off. But I guess that's too late now. Yep. Jody says if you guys looking for something after the stream, his Arboretum video is finally up. Oh, dude, his Arboretum looks so good. You guys got to check it out.
That is so cool. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, it's the Spice of Life.
Go check out channel. To that his Arboretum, the way and the pieces, the things that he used to make it work is just fantastic. It's all just junk, like just things you're like, oh, I'm gonna use the toothbrush.
It's so good.
Andrew says, do you want someone else to chat off of? Would you like to have him join the channel or join the stream?
If he wants.
It's up to you, man. Come on in. Dash says, Weiner is what I call my father, Wayne. And Alex says, by the way, what company is this from? He joined us not too long ago.
Oh, the Razor Crest is an AMT. Yes, it is AMT. And then all of these mods are green strawberry. Okay. there's that.
Thank you.
Pretty cool. All right, now.
Yep.
This.
That says it's so spicy. I don't know why. Oh, see, Andrew's here. He can talk with you now.
How's it going?
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Good.
Never guess what I'm working on.
Enterprise. So right here, this underneath the landing bay here, this little piece, you're going to take this photo etch piece and bend it and then put it down there. So that's what we're going to do next.
Jody says it looks like an Optimus Prime grill. It really does.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I've never done anything much more than just surface detail with photo etch.
It's interesting. Building structures with photo etch is incredibly difficult, I'm finding. Like, you really need to take your time.
I wonder how long photo etch will continue for that kind of thing with the readiness of high quality resin printing.
Good question. I mean, the photo etch.
I mean, it's got its limitations, right?
Yeah, it does have its limitations, but I think it also still has its place. You know, like.
Well, it has its charm.
Yeah, and what I'm thinking is, like, specifically, like, for what Keith does, for as insane of a person as he is, you know, like the photo etch cranes and stuff like that. Like, I imagine that 3D printing, and I could be wrong. Like, I mean, there's metal 3D printing now, right? So,
there sure is.
Yeah,
well, the pylons, the lower pylon section for the B is metal printed.
Really?
Yeah, to add support into the whole structure. It's interesting. It's cool what technology is available, and it's I think it's key to be open to exploring the new technologies.
Absolutely.
I know a lot of guys that just kind of continue building the same way they always have and don't explore the new stuff, and there's others who are right into all the new stuff and kind of on the cutting edge.
Right.
So how's your printing going?
I am very hit or miss. I'm not very good at it for whatever reason. I think either I'm using a printer that's a little out of date now or whatever. That was Saturn Ultra 3, so it's not like it's that out of date. But
I mean, if it worked when it was new, it'll work now. Like, as far as like how it can print stuff.
Yeah, I think it's just I'm not very good at doing the supports and stuff like that. Like,
that seems like it's a whole art unto itself.
It really is, and for as much as help as Dave has given me with it, it's just one of those things where you just need time. You need time to be able to sit down with it. Like, I was able to finally give some serious time to the vinyl cutter, and now I've got my head around it. Like, I can kind of do whatever I want with it now, and I need to do the same thing with the printer. It's hard, you know, when basically, you know, building too many damn things at once, as I like to do. So,
and it comes down to hours in the day.
Yep, exactly. So I'm right now in the middle of, so that's where that fits in. That looks really cool. It's gonna fit in right there. Right now I am finishing printing. Well, not right now, but I need to finish printing the rest of the light boxes for the Reliant for Ken and I. So I've gotten about half of them done.
Huh. Maybe I should try designing and printing some light boxes for the B, because I plan on doing the like windows, like the cabins individually turning on and off randomly.
Yeah.
That would be a good way to do that. I
Yep.
was thinking scratch build, but. I was thinking scratch build, but
Build
Hey,
light
Andrew?
boxes.
yeah.
My food just arrived. You want to play? Producer chat reader for a little bit?
I can try.
We'll tag team it.
I'm working, so
We've got this.
right now I've got my glasses off because I'm doing up close work. I will do my best.
So,
I'm
Donnie, I did get a.
Too much here,
I did.
and I stuck
What's
a
that?
chili dog in my eye. So
Oh my god!
Okay, is the last starred comment the last comment that was read?
yes,
Oh, I clicked. I went to click on Dash's thing, and all of a sudden the chat moved. I think that's how Ken bans people.
100%.
Because I keep
Click
watching
on the
these
right
old,
side of the chat.
I keep watching these old Star Trek episodes, and I swear they redid a lot of these stories into Strange New Worlds and the Next Generation.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, the Next
Oh, yeah.
Generation, they used scripts that hadn't been made for Phase 2 when the writers went on strike in Season 2. Like The
Yep.
Child is a script from Phase 2.
It's a terrible episode.
Yes, it is.
Well, there are. Oh, and Ken's here.
All right, move over. Here, let me read that.
Sure. You got it. I can take my glasses back off.
Everybody, don't fight. We're fine. Okay.
I abdicate responsibility of chat to you, Ken.
Okay, did you start your last comment off?
I did.
Perfect.
Chili hurts.
All right, first things first, ban Alec. Okay, that's done. I'm just kidding, Alec. Yeah, Dash just says, then there's Jody who works with boxes of scraps and makes cool, crazy cool stuff. With a box of scraps in a cave.
All right. Well, that's that. Outside of getting the landing gear assembled, which I'm going to try to do, that's that mod complete. Freaking cool, man. Zoom back all the way out.
Looks like Donnie's recommending that you add a fermentation heater to your vat.
So I bought one. I actually have. I have the heater for, like, I have the Elegoo heater, the in vat heater. Heat was an issue. Really, it comes down to not getting good supports. And for whatever reason, it just seems like I get really discouraged when I have to wait 3 hours to find out if my print has failed or not. And lately, it's been the fail, and so I'm just like, I just don't want to deal with it. I don't want to clean it. So I also use auto supports as well. But Dave was kind of like, yeah, you kind of don't want to do that, man. So I am going to yeah, seriously. Grab the bottoms here.
Howard says, you heard it here first. Todd stuck a wiener in his eye.
He did.
We have a wiener.
Sounds like Donnie's getting the hang of the whole 3D printing thing.
I'm not surprised at all.
It's like Donnie has a passion for it.
Okay.
Alex says, looking really good, Jordan. Coming along
Thanks,
nicely. And also, hi, Andrew.
Also, what, Andrew?
Also, hi, Andrew.
Oh, I heard hide Andrew. I'm like, what?
Hi, Andrew. Why? Hi, Andrew.
Again, I don't have glasses on right now, so I can't see the chat or anything.
Right.
I'm applying Tulip to the inside of windows in the neck to block them off.
Mm.
So Howard says, well, I'm watching this old Star Trek episode where they go through a time portal. I think that's, what is that, City on the Edge of Tomorrow or Forever? Or something?
City on the Edge Forever.
Yeah. And then he said, and I just realized an episode where Picard did it to a Romulan ship had a time portal too.
Romulan ship.
Well, there was the one where they end up freezing time, but that's because there were aliens incubating babies in their singularity drive.
That's right.
Yeah, Alec is asking also, Jordan, are you planning to go with in-flight display look?
Nope, landed. We'll be I'll have Mando and Grogu sitting outside of the ship. I still have to paint them.
Donnie's mentioning with the 3D printing, he says, I know Dave doesn't use auto supports, but I haven't had any problem with them. He says, I do have an addict. I do like 3D printing.
I do like it a lot. Thank you. So,
I've only done a limited amount of printing with the little one I have here, but I really haven't had the time to invest into it. So whatever I did, it was a struggle just to get something usable out of it.
Is there a fitment issue, Jordan?
yeah, I think the mounting lug there is a bit of an issue. I'm going to take it off. I was thinking, what I was thinking right there, my thought process was, man, I really wish I had the Sonic Saber when I was doing this. Oh, yeah, that sound. Oh, yeah.
Sonic Saber came in handy when I was cutting out a piece in the deflector housing for LEDs.
Yeah.
Although on this Helios stuff, you have to wear safety glasses. Chips end up flying.
Yeah, when it goes through resin, it does an interesting thing. Like, it cuts it very interestingly. Oh, I almost took myself out there. Okay. Yep, that was what was not needed there. Take out the mounting lug. I know that there's going to be a need for quite a bit of putty through here.
Which Helios kit was it that you were eyeing up, Jordan?
The NX01.
Yeah?
Yeah, I actually emailed them and just the other day, and I'm waiting to hear back. I asked for a quote. It's kind of, it's definitely like, I asked for a quote going, yeah, you probably can't afford to build that right now, but I'm just kind of curious. I may get it before it's too late. Because I know they only have the kits available for a short amount of time. So
yeah.
Ricardo is saying you never should use auto supports, but they can help a lot if you add your own supports as well.
Right. Exactly. I just need more time to get my head around 3D printing.
Well, you would think that if they're offering a setting like an auto support feature, that they would have it work well.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. So these two little pieces right here that sit on either end of this piece on the bottom had to be custom cut out of the base model. And so I'm surprised that they fit so well, but they are definitely fiddly. That's for sure.
For sure, yeah.
For sure.
So Alec is saying, Jordan, I was asking about your plan to display the Razor Crest because I was curious about how you're planning on hiding the wires that come out of the right wing.
Oh, so for that, what I have done is I've picked up some STLs. Speaking of printing, I picked up some STLs from a few streams back. Todd found some on Etsy for about $1 a piece. And it's got like a gonk droid and a couple other like maintenance pieces. And I'm going to run the wires up through the base, through the gonk droid, and then it's going to be refueling the ship. So I just kind of create, and then I need to 3D print or create a little a connection point there. So
that's a great little solution to your problem.
Yep. And it was kind of always the idea. I always kind of wanted to do a diorama for it, and I just wasn't sure how I was going to do it. I had some grand ideas, but you know, as they tend to be, just ideas. Yeah, keep it simple. There's a really nice base that Green Strawberry makes. The HDA has, and it's got like a landing, like a almost like you're landing in an Imperial hangar or something like that. It's got some Arabesh writing down on the bottom, and then from there, just run the power up through the bottom. Like I don't need it to be super crazy or anything like that. But yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan.
Howard says, in speaking about getting the NX01, he says, I could tell you the prices, Jordan. It's a sticker shock.
It always
Really?
is.
Oof. Okay.
But it's
and that's the thing. Like
the production cost for them is quite high.
Yeah.
So
yeah. It's not like they're not gouging on purpose.
So here, just so that you're aware of what the cost structure is, when they get you to put a price, an amount down, that's them covering the production cost, and then the additional is all the shipping plus their profit and stuff.
Here we go.
See. Okay.
Alec has says, I absolutely want the NX01 from Helios 2. I asked on Facebook, and they said it was about $1,300 for the kit. $250 for the lights, $250 for the decals, and $350 shipping to the USA.
All right, so looks like I'm going to stick to the $350 Polar Lights NX01 and be happy with that.
I'm going to try to get my hands on the C at some point, but I'm kind of I'm hoping that they'll do a separate production of it for me, because I'm not going to be getting it while it's on its first production run.
Right.
But they're also redoing the D, and they're going to include a armature and fix some of the stuff that was not so perfect on it.
Nice.
Howard says, I'm getting the 100 centimeter size, and that's what I paid, what Alec mentioned.
The 100 centimeter size of
NX01.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I finished dinner and I posted Pack 7 of the Apache. What?
Nice.
Multitasking.
Good job, Todd.
Okay.
So, Jordan, if you could have any kit in any size you wanted, what would it be?
Ooh.
Whoa.
$350 Excelsior.
1/2 scale Death Star.
350 scale Grissom.
It can be anything that it can either be something that exists or it doesn't exist.
I would really, really like a 350 Akira class.
Be nice and big.
Yep. Cat's here. Or I would say even more than that. I would like a commercially produced
Reliant?
Serenity.
Mm,
No,
Serenity.
Serenity from Firefly. There are some kits out there, but I'd like a decent size, like maybe a 43rd scale. That's really big though. Probably a 72nd scale with that would be able to pull the hull off and be able to look inside the crew area. That'd be pretty cool. How about you?
Which you are you referring to?
You.
There's 3 U's here. For me, I would like, and I don't know what scale I would want it in, but I would really like a good quality, nice sized Daedalus class.
Ooh, yeah.
So
I like that.
If I could have any model, I would want a really nice sized Daedalus class, F30 whatever it is.
Yeah, the F303, isn't that it?
Could be.
I think so. Yeah. Even a Hatak, the gold pyramid ships would be pretty cool.
And then I'd also like secondary
O'Neill
to the
class.
Daedalus. What was that, Jordan?
Sorry. The O'Neill class.
That's the Asgard one.
Yeah, it is.
But secondary to the Daedalus class, I'd love to have a nicely detailed Atlantis.
Oh yeah.
And a what was the other one? And Destiny.
Oh yeah, Destiny would be really cool.
So those would be the ones that the kits I would love to have. Oh, and a commercially produced Orville would be nice. That's really lightable.
Mm.
Howard says puddle jumper.
Puddle jumper would be pretty cool.
That would be cool, and actuating the drive pods.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
We're sorely lacking in Stargate kits.
I agree.
Someone needs to pick up that license for a model company.
It's MGM too, so.
Which is now Amazon.
Right.
They'd have a place to sell it.
Seriously.
Johnny says he has all the parts to the Orville printed out.
Nice. Okay, what is causing? Okay, there we go. It's sitting a little better. And I'm seeing another mistake that Green Strawberry made with their instructions. These feet in their present configuration are not going to sit properly. So they basically sit up on their feet like this. And in order to do that, this part needs to be flipped around and upside down. So what I'm going to have to do is cut this tab off and then reposition it in a different way so it'll fit properly.
It's not the one from the other side?
No, I don't think so. No. It's really kind of frustrating.
Green Strawberry has a problem with their instructions. It must be a day ending in Y.
Oh my god. I'm like looking at it going, wait, hold on. That's not right. Okay. First things first. I'm going to take care of getting this glued into place. This is going to be putty work for days. Okay. Where is this going to connect in?
Howard says he'd love to make a working model of a Stargate ring.
That would be so cool. It really would.
Life size.
Yes. 1-to-1.
But which one would you make? That's the question.
The Pegasus Gate for sure.
Well, Pegasus would be a little easier to make.
Mm-hmm. Because you don't have to actually do anything spinning.
Ricardo says, I found several problems with Green Strawberry's instructions in the Viper. I wrote them about this, and they answered that they'll look into it.
Yep. So my Star Destroyer, I literally had a 1-month pause while I was waiting for them to help me with the instructions for the board, the control board for the lighting kit. And they said, thanks, we'll look into that. And they're still selling it wrong. They're still selling it with the wrong instructions. Like, it's mind-blowing to me. All right. So that is sealing up, and there's some big gaps along the side here, so we're gonna have to address that. Wow, there are some really gigantic gaps along the side here. But
is there a interference problem between the landing gear bay on the inside and the photo etch body?
No, I've actually, this is the second time I've installed this piece here, and I was hoping that after doing all of the work, I think what I did was I over sanded through here. So, but it doesn't quite fit. It never quite fit, and like the photo etch base doesn't quite line up. Like it just doesn't. This was meant for the Revell kit, not the AMT kit. And so they repackaged it and sold it for the AMT kit. But the Revell didn't have the little hump down here in the bottom. It was all just molded into the kit as one piece. So, yeah. That's going to be a lot of putty. That's fine, though. It's honestly fine. I'm not too worried about it. I'm more worried about the fact that this is what I'm talking about. There's a little slot in here, which is where that slot goes. Not slot, that slot, where this piece goes in. And if I put it in the way that they had us assemble them, the landing gear. I should have tested this first. You know better than this. Sits like this.
It looks like you put the part on upside down, like the plastic part.
Yep, that's exactly it. So I probably, being that I have to
debond it and strip it down the paint anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just going to debond.
Can you minimize the amount you debond so it's just that plastic piece?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
That's 1, 2. Yeah. Come on. Okay.
Anybody else holding their breath?
There we go. All right. So it seems to go upside down. Let's get that cleaned off.
And then even just take that part as is right now and see what it would look like slotted into that slot to see if it would be the right position.
Part of the photo etch has come up. Oh, no. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's the right way. And it'll sit in the proper position. I see that, Dash. I know. I'm a little less concerned probably than Andrew is, if I'm being real.
What's that?
A little close to Wonderfest.
Oh.
Yeah, he doesn't want to alarm you, but it's only 56 days.
Yeah. I've actually got just as of 2 minutes ago, I have, I think, everything done on the secondary hull where I can attach the two halves together now.
Nice.
I just got the last of the windows blocked in with Tulip. And I'm just going to let that dry. And while I let that dry, I'm just going to start blocking windows on the saucer. So things are starting to move quicker now, but yeah, I'm definitely feeling the pressure of Wonderfest.
Yeah.
This thing will be there if it's got, whether it's got decals or not. Because it'll still be able to show off the kit with the paint and the lighting and stuff.
Right.
But ideally, you want to have it all done.
Ideally. I need to get the decals ordered from Keith.
Alec is saying he checked and saw that Agora just posted the instructions for the Constitution Pack 1, and he's excited to see how it goes together.
Awesome. Oh my God.
And Howard's also saying, Andrew, that you have to make your crate for it yet.
Yep. I need it assembled in order to start doing that.
I saw a lot of talk about the new F1 car coming from D'Agostini. Max Verstappen, like an RB18 or something like that. I think it's 1/8. I don't think it's here in the US, but it's in the UK. And
I don't know. To me, it seems like Formula One's more of a European fan base.
Yeah.
More so than North America. Not saying we don't like it, but we like the
most
other.
of my friends would rather watch that, you know, because NASCAR is very rednecky. They're trying to make it. They tried to make it more modern, but I particularly like F1. So.
And Howard's just saying he just wants to get his darn parts for the ones he's got.
Right.
Oh, green strawberry. Please change.
They just need someone to help them with their instructions is what they need the most.
Agreed. Like they have like great ideas for models and attention to detail, but providing instructions for people is a bit of an art form, it seems. Good instructions are hard. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like good instructions are hard to find. That's why Todd is Such a treasure.
You hear that, Todd? You're a treasure.
A treasure.
I know.
Pump brakes, kid. That man's an
Humble
extra treasure.
too.
Howard says, I mean, I'm already waiting on pack 2 of the Monte Carlo.
Cool.
It's red. No, it's orange. No, it's red. No, it's orange.
Shit ain't funny.
So is that on the right way now, Jordan, before you get her all glued up in
Yes.
place?
Yep. I double confirmed.
Okay.
But did you triple confirm?
We'll hold it up in place right now and take a look.
Yeah, let's do that. Actually. Or drop it and then bend it. Good job, Ken.
I think you just test fitting first is the better option of those two.
Mm-hmm. How interesting. Nowhere in their instructions say any of this. If I had done this, I would have created a little notch for this little piece to stick into there.
Yep.
Instead, you're just gluing it to the surface and praying.
I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
You got a whole crew now, Jordan.
I know, it's crazy. Producers.
See, because to me that angle looks like it's not going to sit flat on the ground. Like, isn't that the part that's supposed to sit flat on the ground?
So the way it's going to sit, no. So it sits on the this end.
Oh, okay.
Yep, just on the very edge. So, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
then
gonna let
that
that
looks
finish.
like a good angle then.
Yep. I'll let that finish curing a little bit. So I'm going to get some glue on there. And I am so glad I'm repainting this because I'd be freaking out right now. Let's get this straight, and then I'm going to get some kicker on there. Seal it in place. There we go. That's what that one looks like.
Nice.
That's it and set. Let's get the other one fixed now. God. Move that debonder there. Little there. Okay. You separated? No, don't separate from there. Oh my. That's a lot of debonder.
Remember, that will kill the white lines on your mat.
I know. Stuff is efficient but brutal. There we go. There we go. See if we can save this one. Okay, good. Yeah. I have glue on my hands. What did you give me? Ew, what is that?
The blackhead.
Oh my God.
That was from right there. Right there.
Oh my God.
It was thick.
Ah.
You didn't even look at it.
I did look at it. We're good.
I wanted you to do this to it.
I was not ever going to do that to that.
Why not?
Oh my God.
You don't want my groin blackhead?
Oh my God.
That's
You know, my mic picks up everything.
I know everybody in the chat.
Do I gross you out starts playing.
Yep. Oh my god. Keeping this one together was key. The other one kind of fell apart completely.
Like how you just move on.
Well, I mean, I kind of have to.
I'm gonna find another one.
Oh my god.
That one was epic though. I was like, I
Jeez.
like squeezed it and then I like pulled it out
Oh my god.
and it was like that.
Quality streaming content.
Yes, it is quality streaming content. You see the satisfied look on her face right now. Extraordinarily satisfied.
That's gross!
Yes. Yes. Exactly. Exactly.
Howard
You
says
okay?
cat's more entertaining than Ian in the gross you part. And that's hard to do.
It is, yes. All right. This one actually went back together fairly easily. There we go. If they'd only put that in their description properly. Now, hold on. There's other pieces here that are supposed to go on there. Do I have them? I don't. Why don't I? Okay, where are they? Those are parts what? $60 and $71. Oh, I do have those. Okay. Yep. 60 and 71 are right here. So these are like little arm pieces. So there's a little mounting lug right there on the outside. And this sits right over the top there. And that mounts into place right inside.
Nice.
Oh. I'm going to use some extra thin for that. Oh, yes, the smell of extra thin in the afternoon.
Hate to tell you, dude, it's evening.
It is. I mean, like I said, as soon as I get on stream, my brain just stops. That's why, Andrew, I try to pay attention to the don't do anything important on stream, but it seems like all I ever do is important things on stream. So,
Well, I've broken that a couple times in the last little bit.
I will say though that like I've been really thankful for the. So I'll show you what that looks like by the way. A little armature piece on the end there. That's really cool.
Really thankful for the armature piece, huh?
Yes. I don't even know where I was going now. My brain.
Thankful for your brain.
What is brain? Dude, where did it's just gone. I was thankful for something, but it was related to something. Anybody in chat knows what I was talking about, please let me know.
Streaming?
Helpful. Oh, important work on stream? Oh, yeah. There we go. Andrew, there you go. Look at you. So the like this model started out as a build series, like the Enterprise was a build series, the Runabout was a build series, and I could never like get any proper traction on the builds, right? Like if you want to properly build it and show what you're doing on screen, which is often the thing that I'm most requested, like I don't want to see any, like people don't want to see the cutaways and would rather see the work done. And so it's cool. But it's really long and tedious, right? So like that's why I'm kind of grateful and thankful for the Reliant, because like I'm doing a bunch of work beforehand, like almost half up to 3/4 of the work, and then just kind of showing you as a little bit of an example of what I'm doing. And that is so much nicer than trying to just literally do everything. Like the Enterprise C should not have taken a year to build. That is an extraordinarily simple kit. So
content creation goes down the whole process.
It does.
Yes, it does. Big time.
There's a reason why I haven't had much more than one video out a month in the last little while with the Enterprise D.
Yeah, it's so much work to do.
Yeah.
And you have to be able to do the work also for the content creation side of it as well.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Things are moving. I'm in a stage now where things are moving along quickly, and I released a video Saturday, and I think I might have one to release tomorrow. So a week.
Nice.
Which is like warp speed for me.
Yeah, very nice.
Well, I look forward to seeing it.
Now, if it comes Saturday, that's fine, but...
What? What's she saying?
Huh?
What?
I was just looking at Jordan's expression.
Oh, no.
What Kat's doing.
No, there was something on her TV, and like some dude got hit by a car, and I was like, oh my God. Okay, so that's done. Those are fixed. So those are going to fit towards the back. That'll fit towards the back. Yep. So I guess let's flip this over and get our first landing gear on. So here's the front landing gear. And this is going to fit in just like so.
Do you want to paint the photo etch in there first, or so the landing gear's not in the way?
Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea. I'm just trying to think.
I mean, unless you're going to brush paint it, then it doesn't really. You should be able to get under there.
I may brush paint that. That's a good point. I haven't brush painted the AK before. Why not? Let's do it. I'll have plenty of time to cure. Okay.
Howard has a trivia question. He says, I'm a doctor, not a bricklayer. Name the episode, you Star Trek nerds.
The Devil in the Dark.
Devil in the Dark, yep. Wow, the AK is strong. Go ahead, sir.
Was that too quick of a response?
Yeah, that big foam-looking lava-type blob monster.
The Horda.
The Horda.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what Jody says.
Okay, name the episode. I'm a doctor, not an elevator.
Oh, God. Doctor, not an elevator?
Now,
I don't know.
What series is that from?
Original.
TOS, those old scientists.
Okay.
Oh, what? I don't know. How about chat? You guys know?
I'm actually blanking on the episode title. But it's the one where so that portion of it's filmed at Vezquez Rocks, and they've got the is it the priestess who's pregnant, and they're climbing up the rocks, and McCoy says, "I'm a doctor, not an elevator," and then he ends up delivering the baby, and they call the baby after the doctor.
It's completely drawn a blank for me.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't grab the title right now because my hands are busy, but
Howard says, I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I sat down and watched some original series. It's been a long time.
There's a few stinkers, but in general, they're really good to watch.
I'll double check the episode title once I finish the saucer windows here.
Okay. That's all painted up. I'll get that back again with a brush later on. Let that cure up for a day or two. All right. Landing gear. I am going to take care of with extra thin. These for the front one. And the rear landing gear, the ones we just built, are going to have to be done with super glue.
So, Andrew, Donnie says, oh, I know that episode. I can't remember the title, though. But didn't he say escalator, not elevator?
Possibly. Maybe I have it wrong.
No, don't stick. There we go. Don't stick to me. No. There we go.
It is
Someone in there
escalator.
real nice.
It's escalator.
Escalator.
I was wrong.
Howard says, well, it's funny how many beings were above them as humans who were like the Q style beings in the original series versus just factions fighting.
Yeah, well, there were the Metrons. There were the ones from the first pilot. The
Telosians.
Yeah. Trelane, which we assume is a Q.
Did you ever read the book Q2?
Yep.
I loved that book. I loved how Q treated Trelane. Such a very good book. Peter David was an amazing writer.
He wrote some of the best Star Trek novels that were ever written.
They're the only ones like his Imzadi 2, the Q books. He's got more than a few, and a lot of those old Star Trek books don't hold up anymore. They're kind of hard to read. Like I read during the power outage that I had back in November or whatever, I read Metamorphosis. Do you remember that book?
Yeah. Well, that's the one I was going to say. Doesn't hold up. The one where
hard
Data
to read.
Human.
Yeah, hard to read. It is almost like I got through maybe half the book before I'm like, oh, this is really hard, and some of those old books just don't hold up anymore, but the Peter David stuff does, because once again, Star Trek is at its best when you're focusing on characters, and he really understood the characters. I heard recently that he got really sick. Hopefully he didn't pass, but I know that there was a GoFundMe created for him with some severe health issues, unfortunately.
So I'm a doctor, not an escalator, is Friday's Child.
Yeah, that's Donnie was saying that.
Nice.
Howard says, I guess is a following example of the beings above humans. Said like the one where the two planets warred with computers, and they killed their population based on computer simulations.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then there was the planet, the beings, the Klingons and the Federation were going to fight over.
I'm about to give this its first try here. Let's see how this goes.
So then, was Kevin Uxbridge, more powerful? Was it Kevin Uxbridge, or where he killed the entire Husnock
Oh
race?
yeah.
Like, so then I'm assuming he was more powerful than Q. I'm guessing.
Yeah, Gene Roddenberry definitely had a thing for the reason him and Bill Shatner had their falling out was because of Star Trek V, and he was pissed that Bill Shatner actually got through the God complex or the God thing story that he'd been trying to tell, and he got pissed at Bill Shatner for actually getting it through. No.
No, we don't set it on there for quite a while.
No, I need to. I was trying to do test fit, and
I know you need to see if they're level,
but I'm just gonna have to deal with that later. Because this little tab in the back isn't quite slotting in as nicely as this one is. I might sand it down just a tiny little bit. Just along the edges here.
Hey, that's one of the sanding sticks I gave you.
Dude, I love these, by the way. I like how flexible they are.
Yeah, they're good. Especially for sanding in places like inside those warp nacelles and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it fits a little bit better, but I'm just gonna have to eyeball this and make sure.
Flexible as in literally flexible, or flexible as in how many things you can use them for?
The sanding stick.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes to all of the above.
Yeah, and the blue is kind of like a medium grit, and then the green is a higher grit, so it's smoother.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I really like these actually. But for this right now, I need a little bit quicker sanding action, so don't kill the part, Gordon. Just sand it real quick.
Howard says, yeah, but Andrew, they never have seen the Metrons again. We probably should have in Discovery.
Well,
there's a lot of things we could say they should have for Discovery.
Yeah. Well, and also as well,
they should have started 1,000 years after Next
Yes,
Gen.
they should have. Yes, they should have.
Then they could have done anything they wanted with it.
Yep.
And everybody would have been fine with it.
Yep. Agreed. Oh, I was going to say something and it just gone. Because you made a more valid point. Right.
Was it about the Metrons?
No. I don't know. It's gone.
Okay, because we were talking about the Metrons and how we never seen them again, and then how there's many things they should have done.
Mm.
No? Yeah. Okay.
Didn't help. I don't know what to tell you, man. You're pretty blonde. You're pretty blonde. All right. Second in place.
Howard says he likes how they tied up the progenitors.
Agreed. I need to actually go through and finish up Star Trek Resurgence. That was a really good game. It was dealing with the Takan Empire. Okay. The landing gear is put in place. I'm not going to set any weight on there right now for a little while.
No.
What that's
Alec is saying, so should I obviously skip/ignore Discovery and J.J. Abrams shows/movies? I would agree with Jody and say no. They're good entertainment for what they are in themselves. Just don't take them as being part of the same canon. At least that's my opinion. Jordan?
Well, it's all canon. What's the best way of putting this?
Give it a try.
Give it a try, because if you don't, you're gonna regret not, because there's a lot of Discovery that's really good.
Take it for what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Like we get Anson Mount, and we get the Strange New Worlds. Like that's where Strange New Worlds all kind of came from and all that. So I mean, there's merits to it. I like Burnham in certain parts as Captain. She reminds me a little of Cisco, not just because of the color of the skin, but very kind of like Cisco commanded from his heart, and Burnham was a lot the same way.
Jody says you have to enjoy them for what it is.
Yep.
And Donnie says they're good movies, just not good Star Trek movies, if that makes sense.
They're good action movies.
Yes. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Good action sci-fi. And Chris Pine does an amazing Kirk. Zachary Quinto plays an amazing Spock. Like John Cho as Sulu, you couldn't have cast that better.
The Doctor.
Simon Pegg. I mean, Carl Urban.
Yeah,
best perfect.
The best was Carl Urban.
Yes,
100%.
And he looked the closest to the original character.
Yes. Zachary Quinto. Like I saw him in season 2 of 24, and I'm like, oh my god, that guy just looks like Spock. If they ever do a reboot, they should get him, and they did.
You mean Heroes?
Yep.
Heroes?
No, it was actually he was in season 2 of 24 before he was ever in Heroes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That was like 2002. I like him in American Horror Story as well.
Jody says, except for the stupid turbolift system.
Oh yeah, the Discovery would be easily like 3 or 4 miles long.
Oh, don't forget though, there was an episode of TOS there where Spock gets in the leaves the bridge with I think it was a Vulcan diplomat, and he says deck 2 or 3 or something like that, and it takes him like a whole scene of like a minute before the doors open. They're on the right deck.
So, do you guys catch in Star Trek V: Final Frontier in the jailbreak scene where they all hop on Spock's anti-grav boots and then they're flying up to the top?
The deck numbers are all wrong.
Yes. Yeah, they start at deck 77.
Not that many decks.
And when Mike Okuda brought that up to William Shatner's like, we'll leave it. It's more for dramatic effect than actual accuracy.
Wrong crew to say that with. Star Trek fans?
Bro, like you don't know your fans, man. Like okay. So that's done. That's cool. I think for these, I'm going to paint them and assemble them separately. These are the flaps for the engines, and kind of going along with what Todd was saying. Yeah, let me see if I can kind of test fit this real fast with the oh my god, I just broke off one of these little arms. Oh my, where'd it go?
Todd, are you still there?
Oh, he said he was gonna be right back.
Oh, okay. I just was gonna say we need a soundbite for you of Sulo saying "Oh my."
Oh my!
Because you say "Oh my" fairly regularly.
I'm here, but I'm not at my computer as easily.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking with these flaps, I might wait until I get to Wonderfest to assemble them. It's a very simple process, really. Just bend them over the jig and then slot them into place. There we go. Oh my god, I broke the other one. Seriously? Boy, Todd, you could not have been more right about not putting this on.
And Howard says, well, Spock and Berman have a certain interaction and discovery without giving any spoilers.
Spock and Burnham in season 2 of Discovery, some of my favorite Star Trek. Their scenes together are so good. And I really like Ethan Peck's Spock.
And that's got to be a lot of pressure to play a character with so much history to them and such a loving fan base.
Yeah.
Piece of cake.
Okay. Ricardo's off. He says, I'm off to my modeling group meeting. Great live stream. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, Ricardo. Appreciate you stopping by, my friend. Yes, Alec, that was actually George Takei. Okay, that fits well. Hard to see and pick out, but yeah, that'll look good when it's in place. But definitely a thing that is going to be very fiddly.
So is that just a really big gap in there on the body?
Yep.
Wow. I think you're going to need more than putty. You have to put some styrene in there.
Yeah. I could probably squish it up a little bit too.
I stepped away for 1 second. Now your parts don't fit. What'd you do?
No, it's not that. It's the crappy green strawberry design. So, yeah, I might like glue and hold one side here, and then just like hold it for a while, and then do the same thing to the other. Yeah, no, this is pretty bad. I'm really surprised.
What's going on with it? What am I missing here?
This gap on the side. Huge gap.
And what's causing that? The interior?
The interior photo etch. The floor of the photo etch for the interior piece.
Did they not build the model?
No, this is for they renamed the photo etch kit for the Revell, not the AMT, but they just labeled it. They gave it to us for the AMT, and then gave us funky instructions. So, yeah. Surprised everything works at all. Okay.
Oh my.
Great. Oh my.
Now you have that sound clip too.
Oh, you put it in there? Nice.
All right.
Oh my.
It's like Ken found a new toy, you know. It's like, ooh, what's this?
Oh my.
Well, Alec, you enjoy your key lime pie there and your coffee.
All right, man. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. All right.
Stopping by. Oh my.
Oh my.
Howard's saying, I wonder, and I've heard them talking about doing a fourth Star Trek movie, so I'm wondering who they would replace Chekhov with since the actor got run over by his car. Yeah.
They've actually talked a little bit about that, and they were talking they would probably just kill off his character in between.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
What would have been put him on a different ship?
Or put him on a different ship. Like, he did canonically get assigned to the Grissom, right? So
No, the Reliant.
The Reliant, excuse me.
He wouldn't be still around if he was assigned to the Grissom.
Sure.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's not okay. Alec, he died. He was parked on a hill, a slope. He got out of his, I think it's a Jeep or whatever kind of vehicle it was, and he went walking in front of it, and the park brake or whatever gave way, and it crushed him between his car and the other vehicle.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
My childhood best friend died.
Really?
He was up in Moab, and the parking brake gave out on the Jeep, and he went off a cliff backwards.
Oh, geez.
Jeez
He was in the passenger seat, just hanging out.
All right. Well,
never trust those parking brakes.
No.
It is sitting on its landing gear. I know I'm doing something stupid here, but
Don't leave it there for long.
no.
It's okay to check it, but don't leave it there for long.
There it is. Sitting
Oh,
on
there
its
we
landing
go.
gear, all powered up.
Howard knows the story better than I do. That's looking amazing. I love those lights on the engine.
Same.
And the interior.
Yes. With the people in the carbonite. Like that evil, no good Ewok.
Yep, he is.
There's an Ewok in carbonite?
Yep, right
Yep,
there.
right. Here, I'll actually bring it up to the camera that'll focus a little bit better. Yep, little Ewok right back there.
Poor Ewok. Jeez, what did he do?
Makes you wonder.
That's the thing. Makes you wonder, like, what the hell did he do?
You know, that he's got a bounty on him that, you know.
What have I done? What have I done? What have I done to deserve this?
Wish you would focus in on Boba Fett's armor. Kind of catch.
Would you call me?
Phobabet. Cockpit.
Donnie says that's so freaking cool, Jordan.
Thanks, man. There it is. I think. Go ahead and disconnect the power real fast. I'm going to set her back up down. It's pulling 0.26 amps. I think we're going to be more than fine. Okay, let's take a look at the last little bit of photo etch, and I think I might be getting ready to call it apart here.
Is this going to be battery or plugged in?
Plugged in. So I'm going to have
USB?
the power run down. What's that?
USB for 5
nope.
volts?
It is just 5 volt. So I'm going to run it to.
Because if you if you do it USB, you can and you're taking it to Wonderfest, you can just plug it into a backup power block, and it'll go for a ton of time.
You just put a USB cord on those power cables.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I'm going to do. I already have some, so I think that's going to be the plan. So once again, this is going to run down through here and into a Gonk droid. It's going to make it look like the ship is fueling, with the power kind of running down into the cosmic scale model's base. So that's going to be the plan for that.
All right, Stephen, you have a good night.
Night, Stephen.
Good night.
So what I need to do,
If I was putting anything in the contest, I wouldn't try to plug anything in because so many of the models need to be plugged into power. I'd put it into a one of those power bank things.
Yeah. I have a couple of them, and one with a really high milliamp hour. Something like 10,000, I think. So it should be more than enough to handle it. Then you can always go in the next day and bring in a fresh one on judging day.
Yeah,
Well,
power strips go very fast there.
Yeah.
I'm going to agree with Jody here. He said one of the Ewoks in the movies was wearing a head of an even scarier animal at a festival hat. They were also going to cook and eat people. I agree. They probably ate a lot of stormtroopers.
Hey, there's nothing else to eat.
Whatever that meat was that they baited Chewie with. Yes, we see you in your leopard print and your hair all up in a towel.
She's giving me things.
Yeah, where did they get that dress from Leia or for Leia?
Yeah, where did all of that all of that was very weird. That whole thing. Well, yes.
They got it from wardrobe.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, Jody says they must have eaten some other woman at one point.
I mean, they were going to eat Leia too.
Well, what would have happened if C-3PO couldn't learn or couldn't speak their language?
Good question.
Did they only not eat them all because they thought he was their god?
Ripio.
Be right back.
Okay.
Well, when does the Ewok Caravan movie or whatever, that TV movie, when does that take place in the timeline? Is that before Empire or Return of the Jedi or after? You know the movies I'm talking about. There was two of them.
I do, and I want to say it's after, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry, say again.
I think it's after, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Okay.
So here are the VTOL thruster covers, and they will fit. How does this work? So let's take a look at the instructions. Oh, I see. Simple. So the VTOL thruster, the little photo etch piece, actually sits flat, so we can go ahead and put that on here real quick. There are two pass pieces, so there's one. Not from the second one.
Howard is the answer. Anthony Daniels.
Yep. That's Anthony Daniels. Where is...
Somebody needs to silence their Discord notifications.
There we go. That's what we have. This curved jig here. And then it also comes with this one here. and you kind of set them so that they sit in between, and then you put the photo etch piece in between, and this acts as a piece to bend it, just like so.
Nice.
So, and how? So it's not just as simple as putting that on. We actually got to put the surface detail on. I see. Okay, so I have 2 parts labeled for what? This is what we're talking about here. Part number 4 is these thin detail pieces. Part number 2 are these little metal pieces that sit over the top, but they have that labeled as part number 4 as well. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Super annoying. Super annoying. Okay. So for that,
From watching your stuff, I get the impression that instructions are not their strong suit.
no, not even close. I'm gonna leave this actually on the sprue right now.
Oh, I broke my first blade on my
Sonic Saber?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, broke it cutting the hole in the deflector.
Wow.
Wow.
Was it the torsion, like the twisting of it, that did it, or what?
I'm not entirely sure.
Well,
crazy.
Is it made out of steel?
It's the resin of the kit. But I mean, it's probably a little bit thick there.
Somebody's chewing on something.
Not me. I already ate.
Oh, must be Andrew.
Andrew's over there munching.
Well, when you got the munchies, nothing else will do. If anybody catches that reference from commercials in Western Canada.
Oh, it's potato chips.
There we go. Actually, it's Old Dutch.
I've had Old Dutch.
What'd you call me?
Ew.
Called you an Old Dutch.
Old Dutch are the potato chips you get at Halloween in your bag and you like throw away because nobody wants them.
I don't mind them. They're just, potato chips. We don't get Humpty Dumpty like they have out east. Do you have Humpty Dumpty where you live, Andrew?
Not sure.
Okay. It might be a Quebec East type thing.
It's almost like Canada has two halves.
I know, right?
It's like the East Coast and the West Coast are very different. I suppose so's America.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I should say United States because America is bigger than that. But
Jody likes the Old Dutch mesquite. He says they are the best.
Okay. Put this in here.
And Alec is asking if anybody knows if the actor Ian who played Palpatine, is he still around or has he passed?
Ian McDermott? Ian McDermott's still around.
There we go.
He's still voicing Palpatine.
Yeah, they actually made him look really old for his appearances in the original trilogy, which was just the third movie, wasn't it?
Third movie, yep. And then the special editions had him go into replace the dude. He just died actually this week. The guy who played the original Palpatine. Can't think of his name off the top of my head.
The guy from episode 2 with the monkey face.
Bye, Donnie.
Yep. Bye,
See you,
Donnie.
Donnie. He says we seem to have avoided the tornadoes. Good to hear, Donnie.
Good. Good news. Oh my. Oh my.
We have a sound for that now.
Oh my.
And that's the original version from him being on Howard Stern the very first time he said it.
Now you're gonna need. Then shake her apart. Then.
Did you guys know that if the episode or if the events of Star Trek 3 had never happened, Sulu would have been captain of the Excelsior much sooner? He got delayed receiving orders when coming back. Funny little Easter egg. That was in the novelization of the movie.
I thought that they were going to make him captain of the Excelsior earlier in the movies, but Shatner kiboshed it.
I've heard that as well, because he couldn't deal with the fact that someone else being a captain of a ship besides him.
And he didn't really like Sulu's character anyway.
George.
He didn't like
Takei
George
did not
Takei.
get
Yeah.
along. Yeah.
I remember watching.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I remember watching an episode. I think of it was the Twilight Zone with George Takei in it.
Not the same one as Shatner in it, then.
No, definitely not. Well, Shatner was in a couple episodes.
Wasn't The Devil in the Dark the one where Spock was falling in love with a pile of pizza?
Yeah.
Devil in the Dark was the Horta.
The Horta. Because he mind melds with it.
Yeah, but it looks like Chet.
Yeah.
Looks like Jordan's Pizza the Hut.
That's what I mean.
Right.
It looks like Chet from Weird Science.
Wow. I just dropped a bunch of lacquer.
What's that?
I just dropped a bunch of lacquer. Center.
Oh.
How you feeling? How's the room looking?
Blacker.
Blacker?
Yep.
How's the carpet looking?
Tasty.
It's on my desk.
Oh, okay.
Boy.
Tasty carpet.
Oh my god.
So either Andrew's sanding or he's panting.
Oh, sorry, I'll mute.
Oh, you're good.
Just because I was thinking it sounds like a dog panting really heavy.
I test fit the top part on the lower part, and where I've got the armature on the pylons, I need to cut out a bit so that it fits over properly.
Oh god, it's gonna smell like lacquer thinner in here for days.
Dude, when I painted the gun port rings on the Falcon last night, I only had to do one. That room stunk for hours and hours and hours.
Yeah, the AS-20 is pretty strong. Okay.
Dang it! Sorry.
Wow.
Alec is wondering who we think is a better pilot from Top Gun, I guess.
What? random.
Definitely not Maverick.
No, Iceman was the better pilot. in
Definitely
my
not
opinion.
Goose.
I mean, yeah. Well, Goose wasn't a pilot at all.
Yeah, see? That's why.
Rio.
Yep.
What'd you call me?
He was the Rio.
Rio.
What'd you call me?
I said Rio.
I thought Rio was her name.
It was Rio and she danced on the sand.
Yeah.
That's right. Her name is Rio and she's dancing in the sand.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And Alec,
Right.
that's a Duran Duran song from the 80s. So sorry you don't get that reference.
My favorite role of Jim Morrison, or not Jim Morrison. Well, okay, there you go. But my favorite role of Val Kilmer's was Jim Morrison in The Doors.
You didn't like him in the Island of Dr. Moreau?
Not really, no.
Or as Batman?
Heat.
Absolutely not.
Heat, he did awesome in Heat.
No, Heat was a fantastic movie.
He was good, yeah, for
I'll
sure.
have to watch that again.
Yeah, that's something you got to watch every once in a while.
Yeah.
For me, it was
Dash
just
says,
like
what
how,
the heck?
What the heck? What?
I don't know. He just says, well, he actually says WTH.
Maybe it was for my singing.
Oh, Howard liked him in the comedy Top Secret.
I remember Top Secret. Yeah, that was a good one.
What was the university one?
Oh God, that was
with the laser system and the popcorn and the
Real Genius.
Real Genius, yes.
My roommate loves that movie. That he won't stop watching it. He loves it. And the popcorn.
Yes, the popcorn.
Yes, have some.
Okay, so I am 100% not going to install this until the day of Wonderfest.
I only say that because I've learned that from experience, man. I will break things off.
No, like, and I'm glad you brought that up because, like, literally, this piece is going to be held on by that tiny little strip, and that's
no, it's not. Maybe once it's right there at the show, but
yeah, no, that's not happening. So we're going to go ahead and set that with the other pieces. I'll finish building the other one, and then I might call it a part today because I think I'm going to do the same thing for the flaps. I'm going to build those at Wonderfest.
What'd you
and
call
get
me?
them ready to go. What'd you say?
Call me Flaps?
I called you flap skin.
Ooh.
Cat from the other room said flaps. Dude, all it smells like is lacquer thinner in here. This is gonna suck.
Oh my.
Yep. Yeah, it's much further now. Excellent. Oh, that's not sitting quite straight.
He was good in The Saint. That was a decent movie.
The Saint was really good. When he was the bad guy in The Jackal, he was really good in that role.
Yeah. Jody says he was a better Batman than Clooney. Don't like the bat nipples.
Agreed. Clooney was the least believable Batman ever.
Although I did like him showing up at the end of the Flash movie. Not that the Flash movie was awesome or anything, but it was at least it was cool to see that cameo.
Really, he was at the end of Flash?
Yep.
Wow.
he came out as Bruce Wayne.
Hey, Jordan.
Yeah.
How hard was it for you not to sing do 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 every time you said mandible in your most recent Falcon video?
I was waiting for that too.
God,
I
every
kept waiting
single
for
time.
it and waiting for it and waiting for it. And you're like, Liz, we're gonna work on the mandible, and I'm just thinking in his head he can hear. Do, 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 do.
Yep, every single time. Yep. I actually contemplated downloading it onto the computer and then having the sound. Yep.
He probably did do it. It was just edited out.
Yeah, I know. I spilled the lacquer thinner. Yeah, yeah.
He's gonna hang out in your room now. Woo, it's nice in here.
Yeah, oh man, I can't. It's like literally soaked. Like it wouldn't be that bad if it wasn't soaked into my mat. We're gonna put this outside. Is what we're gonna do. We're gonna let that air out outside.
Yeah, you just go off gas someplace else. All right.
Yes, I'm actually gonna do that real fast, and then I'm probably gonna need to open the window because I don't want to gas the cats, all three of them out. It's the neighbors. It'll be fine.
So last I was talking about who's a better Batman than Clooney. Howard said I would agree, Jody, but Michael Keaton was the better of those in those Tim Burton films. And then he says Christian Bale played a good Dark Knight. He did. I would agree.
He did. Christian Bale did a good job, although his Batman was pretty whiny by the end.
Yeah. Jody says I never saw the Bale ones. Oh, they're good. I'd say they're worth a watch.
But come on, how good was Danny DeVito as the Penguin?
He was made for that role.
Dude, that was
quite literally was made. His body was made for that role.
Yeah, there was nobody else that could have done that. That was just perfect for him.
Yep.
And he's just small and creepy enough to pull it off.
Whenever I watch it's Sunny in Philadelphia or whatever, it's never sunny. Frank is like, to me, if the Penguin hadn't actually, like, what's the best way of putting it?
Had a day job?
Yeah, exactly. If the Penguin had a day job, well said, sir. Who played the Penguin in Gotham? Does anybody know? I can't remember the guy's name, but he did a really good job in Gotham.
See, well, obviously you didn't because you don't remember.
Well, yeah, I'm horrible at names. You know.
And now there's the Penguin series. Or is it Penguin or Gotham? Is it Gotham or is it Penguin? The new series.
The Penguin. Yeah, that one's what's his face? Colin Farrell.
It does not look like him.
No, not at all. Like Colin Farrell's a really good actor, so I'm not surprised at how good that's turned out. It's really well received as well.
Oh my God! Did you see the previews for Naked Gun with Liam?
Oh no!
Watch those.
Really?
Just came out today. Yeah.
With
Liam Neeson.
His son?
Neeson? No, Liam Neeson himself.
Liam Neeson. Oh,
he is Frank Drummond.
I hope it's good because I love that series.
I wonder if we could play it on here or we get in trouble.
I think you'd have to do it as a reaction, would you not? We'd have a tiny screen and you react.
We'll just keep Jordan on the thing. You want me to find it? Oh, so good. Got to just keep him on the screen. That's all.
Yeah. Let's see here. Howard says now he wants to watch The Saint. Jody remembers that he did see the first Dark Knight movie. Howard said the Riddler was Jim Carrey.
Yep.
Alec is going to enjoy his coffee and dessert before making real dinner. And Howard's asking, it's a remake? And if you haven't watched it, for Frank Drebin stuff, watch the there we go. Todd's getting that up. Watch the police squad episodes on YouTube. That's the original show from back in the day. That got canceled after so many episodes, but they're all on YouTube for free to watch. So the Naked Gun, the police squad.
Don't worry about OJ. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Jordan, put your face cam up. We gotta see your reaction.
Hold on. I'm gonna grab OBS. Grab the face cam. Make it bigger.
Yes, Get Smart was good.
Pamela Anderson, huh?
That's someone I haven't seen act in a long time.
No, she's kind of making a bit of a resurgence of late.
All right. Are you ready? Well, first of all, I'm going to play just a few seconds. Let me know if you can hear the audio.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. All right.
Multiple SWAT units responding to hostage situation.
Looks serious.
Hey, little girl, stop.
What do you want, little one?
Your ass.
That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast.
Who are you?
Frank Drebin, Police Squad. The new version.
That's the sound of the police.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
Sound of the police.
This is all by itself.
Oh my God. I love it. I love it. Oh God. Why is my face so big? I freaked out seeing my face so big, and then I dropped the photo etch piece. Oh God. Oh God. Where? There it is. There it is. There's the photo etch piece. It was on my junk. That's right. You heard me.
I'm going to have to see that for sure.
Oh,
Absolutely.
for sure. When does it say? When did it say it's out?
August?
Did it say?
I think August.
August 1st.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to watch that one.
It's when Strange New World Season 3 comes out.
No. What are you going to do? You can only watch
Nothing.
one.
I will do nothing. But what shall you ever do? All right. There's a second photo etch piece taken care of.
That looks nice.
Yeah, it basically just sits over the top, just like this.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of gives the impression that this normally sits closed, but then it's opened up after it's done. So just slots right into that spot. So that goes in there. So that'll get very carefully put in the morning of Wonderfest. All right. That's done. That's done.
You should stop by the HTM Repair Center. They'll have glue for you.
Right?
No, Andrew's still
Probably.
here. I think Andrew might have muted himself because he was panting heavy.
I'm still here. I'm just suffering from big assembly stage paralysis.
Ah, yes.
I don't know if I should go ahead and install the thing because it's kind of do or die thing. You know, you only get one chance to get it right.
Yeah.
I think you should do it on camera if you're going to do it.
No.
Oh, yeah. We can give you moral support.
No, being done on camera. No.
We're here for you, Andrew.
We're here for you, Andrew. Not creepy at all, Andrew. Okay.
That's like when you've got the phrase, I will never leave you, and you've got it in like heart-shaped girly font, and it means one thing, and then you've got it in like horror font, and it means something completely different.
Uh-huh.
I'll never leave you, Jack.
There's been a lot of on Facebook lately how Rose is one of the worst characters in cinema history.
Oh yeah, no, I've been, you know, she does all that for a guy she hooked up with one time, forgets her husband, drops $250 million into the ocean. She's terrible.
Right. Yep.
Just terrible. Just a terrible person.
Okay. Oh, just set it right down on his feet like it was no big deal. Yep, set just fine. Sweet. All right, I'm just getting cleaned up here, and I think we're getting ready to call it apart. All that's left from a photo etch standpoint is going to be the flaps and parts of the engine, and I was looking in the instructions, and I really don't even think I want to put those on. So I'm not going to put these on, so I call that good. And these will have to get installed at Wonderfest. So I'll get these all painted and put on the side.
You're not doing the little flaps on the engines?
Well, once again, I'm going to put them on at Wonderfest. I'll do them, but if I put them on now, they're going to just get damaged.
Yeah, you're going to have a few of them knocked off.
Yeah, there's no way I'd be able to get them there without any issues. Like I obviously want to get this model home safely. But getting it there is kind of the more important thing right now. So I think I'm going to take the idea, however, and, build a cage for this model, so that when I do take it home, it'll be able to be, safely transported. I just don't want to install anything now that I don't need to. All I need to do is paint and prime these parts. So it's going to be that and that and that and that. All those are going to put on. Let's see what else from an assembly standpoint needs to happen.
It's weird you couldn't attach them with magnets.
How interesting.
That way they would come, be able to just be placed on and pulled off for transport.
Huh. I'll think about that. It's a good idea, Ken. I think is this connects here. Yep. Those go together. Not very well, but those go together. So that's that. I think from a model standpoint, all that I really need to do is install the little arms for the rear landing ramp, and that's going to be another piece that I'll install at Wonderfest. So I think we're here.
Bring a little work top on wheels with you, and you can do it while you're waiting in line for 2 hours to get your models checked in.
Seriously, man. Seriously.
Another good reason why I won't put something in the contest.
Just takes so much time, yeah. I think that's what I've got for today. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's it. Let's finish getting cleaned up here.
Well, that's some fine looking photo etch, that's for sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'm actually surprised that I was able to get all of that done, actually. And just kind of like looking at the model now from like the perspective of like, okay, what needs to happen, like what needs to be built. So what's going to happen now is I need to go through and get this puttied. I need to get this finished gluing down. I'm going to try to push this down as much as I possibly can before trying to either get some
Is there any chance of
styrene.
being able to pull that back off or no?
Yeah, I can debond it.
Because I was just saying, like, there's no way you can kind of look to see where it's binding up and cleared a little space on the inside there. I have no idea.
So no, it's sitting flush. It's sitting
Okay.
flat right up against the bottom here, like in the little slot right here. That's the photo etch piece right here. Everything
Yep.
is all fitting in there properly. Like that's all no problem. So I think it's literally the only thing that I could think of to do would be to sand out as much of the bottom of this as possible, which is something actually would probably. What's it actually?
Actually,
I think that might be the better way of going. To sand out and take out as much of the inside of here as possible, so that when I put it up, it does get as close. Then I can actually take some putty and go through. So,
so is it the side walls that are blocking the bottom, or what?
So it's the floor. So the floor itself of this, when the model came, the model came stock, it had a raised piece, a ridge that set right in the middle. And then what I had to do was completely cut it out, and so that the floor can fit flat along the bottom. So it's sitting exactly where it needs to be sitting. But what's happening is when this piece goes up against it, it's sitting flat, and there's just this much of a gap in between. So I don't know if I sanded down too much. Like I may have sanded down a little bit too much when I was modifying it in the beginning. I'm not quite sure. Or it was just kind of janky. This was a part that always had me kind of concerned. So,
Right.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to debond it and see if there is anything that's binding, like if there's anything more that I can see. And then if that's not the case, if I can't get it to sit flatter, I'll go ahead and take my sander and just go ahead and stand out as much of that as possible, and then go ahead and get it puttied up. So that's what I'm going to be doing over the next week, is just getting this part finished, getting modified, and then getting all my putty work taken care of. I need to get my seams along here taken care of. I need to do a little bit of sanding along the engine pods where I kind of made my mistake. I was going to try to live with that, but I really kind of can't. So I'm going to go through and do some sanding and get all my cleanup work done. Get my putty along the sides here. And then for next week on stream, I may or may not actually work with this one. If I don't work on this one, it'll be the runabout, as I haven't worked on that one in a long time. But
I missed the runabout. I'm still waiting for that cool guy to go in.
I know, me too. And so that's the thing. Like, I want to start getting these other builds that have like moved on to the back burner. I want to start getting them taken care of. And so, because I want to start building some different stuff. I really do. I've been building the same models now for quite a while. Like, that's why I really enjoyed the Reliant. It's been something new and different to build. And so I've really enjoyed that. But, I kind of want to be done with these and get them off. But as well, get them off the bench. But as well, the runabout, there's so much cool stuff that still needs to be done with that. So I'm really excited about that. So if it's not it'll be the runabout next time. Yeah.
You know what I want to say is I'm impressed with the difference in your attitude now from when I first started watching you when it comes to models, because because now you're like, oh, well, that doesn't fit. That's okay. I'll trim this down and I'll move this over here and blah, blah, blah. When I first started watching, you'd be like, well, I broke this, so I threw that model away. And you know what I mean? Like the fact that just because something doesn't fit or it's broken or something like that doesn't mean it's over. And maybe it comes from learning new ways of doing filling and putties and all these kind of things. Where you're sitting there going, there's ways to fix it. It's not the end of the world.
Yep, it's not.
It's such a change from 2 years ago. Even. It's good. I like
it. Really is. No, I appreciate that, man.
Well, I sure don't know. I sure don't know what it's like building the same model for years on end.
You too,
right?
There's no stopping Andrew though. He's like a little machine, man. He goes, well, that doesn't fit. Oh, I'll just weld up a new armature. Oh, that doesn't fit. Well, I'll just sand that off and grind a hole in it. I'll fill that back up.
Well, there's a distinct difference with the way I've approached this than say a couple of the other guys who have built it on YouTube when it comes to the issues involved.
Oh no! Well, they just said I'm not fixing that, and they just covered it up.
Yep.
But that's
exactly. I think that's part of them. Well, and that's part of building models. Like people bitch about AMT kits and stuff like that. But you actually got to do work to get it right. And when you get it right, and you get that result that you're looking for, it feels better than just slapping the piece together and it just fit beautifully. That happens occasionally and it's really nice, but there's also something to be said about, well, I couldn't make that, this didn't work, so I went ahead and had to take that off, sand it down, and then I need to go ahead and modify this, do that, do this to do this, then it sat right. And then you're looking at it and you go, I only know what went into that, but it turned out really good.
Jordan, I can't wait till you and I are building that F-14. You'll see how good the Tamiya fit is and how everything just goes together like a dream. So when it came out, it was touted as one of the best kits anywhere.
Really?
Yeah, it fits together. Pick out a build of somebody building it and watch. It's just amazing how nicely everything just fits together.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. The Star Destroyer was the same. The Star Destroyer went together like butter. I really do enjoy that. But even then, in the Star Destroyer, I couldn't help but hack it up and put, lighting and drill 1,300 windows into it. I mean, that's the thing. That's what I really love about modeling now is like what Todd was talking about. Exactly. There's so much personal reward in the effort. And what Todd was talking about, is I think the biggest difference for me is I've got the tools now to actually do the things. And then I have you guys, I'm bouncing ideas off of everybody, and it's not just me doing this, and I really I've said it a couple times in my videos recently. I always say we when I'm doing things in builds. It's very strange, but
that's exactly what it is.
Well, and but it's us. We are building this together. I'm sharing it with everyone.
We're on a journey.
Exactly. And so that's exactly it. I feel the biggest thing for me is I'm not afraid of starting over, but you don't really have to if you don't need to, right? It's entirely possible just to keep doing the thing and
there's rarely anything that you can't fix.
That's right.
If you watch Lou's videos, watch his video there the other day of his starship there, where a big chunk of the hull was missing.
Really?
It was a mismold, and he fixed it.
Short shots.
Yep, it was a short shot, and he basically had another kit, and he used that to finish this one.
Freaking amazing! And that's the thing, the creativity and the ingenuity. Will with the Reliant build, what he's designing and then printing out, is amazing. You're literally limited only by your mind. You're literally, Jody. You're using spices to create an arboretum. Bro, seriously?
I would have never thought of that. That was such a cool idea.
No.
And you're only limited by what effort you're willing to put in.
Well, that's what I was just going to say is, the farther and farther I get on a model, it's not that I'm afraid that I'm going to screw something up. It's that if I screw something up, how much work I'm going to have to do to get it back to the point where I'm starting it back at square one to do that original first step. That's
right.
Like you do all this work on this Razor Crest, and at the very end you snap the thing in half or you collapse the body in, and you're like, "Are you kidding me? Is it fixable? Yep. Sure, but it's going to take another 6 months of work."
Well, and that's
where I get verklempt.
That's where the final assembly paralysis kicks in.
Yes, there's a lot of times I have that. Yes.
Am I actually ready to seal this thing up? Will it work if I go to do it? Am I missing something that I'm going to realize partway through, and it's going to cause me a world of pain?
Yep.
That's why it took so long for me to get the last stages of the kit out of Knight Rider. That's why it took me. That's why I still haven't finished the actual last 8 stages. I've done them, but I haven't done the pages and everything, all the books and all the write-ups and everything for the Enterprises. Speaking of which, Francisco should be here tomorrow for the Friday stream, and we are going to try to burn through the last of the Enterprise.
Awesome.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah.
Even though I don't have any base to stand it on, we'll get it sorted out.
Oh, that sucks.
Because I told him, I said, he can take his home because the stock one is his. He's going to put custom wiring and stuff in it, like a power mod. But he's been wanting to take it home, and I'm like, well, I got to do the final videos, like the stock versus modded. I got to do all the, and I never finished. And it was that just like Andrew was saying, it's that finality paralysis of I have these last few steps to do, but anywhere along the way, I can't find all the screw covers, I can't find all the and something doesn't work, and I'm just like,
Yep. So funny, the human condition. We're all completely different people, but have the same fears and worries.
I'm exactly at that point right now. I know I could just mix up the JB Quick Weld and get it on there, get it clamped, let it sit up overnight so I can finish a video tomorrow. And it's like, but I've only got 6 minutes to work with the stuff before it starts to set. Can I do it in time?
And you're not ready to find out.
No.
Well,
I don't have it in me today.
Well, I think once we're done here, I'll probably just pull the trigger and do it and get it done, and I'll get a video out tomorrow, unless something goes wrong, horribly wrong.
That comes from being risk averse. At least that's me. I don't know.
Yeah. Odd. Risk averse.
I just can't stomach the idea that we get all that done or do something, and you sit there and go, "Oh my God, it's off by a millimeter, and it's glued solid." Paralysis.
One more video clip to take before I do it. And so I think I'm just going to bite the bullet and get her done. And it'll
I have faith in you, Andrew. You got this.
We believe in you.
If my
YouTube
channel no longer exists tomorrow, you'll know it went badly.
I'll check.
We're gonna do a welfare check on Andrew in the morning.
Honestly, I'm not as worried about the saucer because the saucer essentially fits together like a glove. This secondary hull business is a nightmare, but we'll get there.
How does is the connection point at the neck? Is it good or is it going to be a pain?
You mean where the top of the Cobra meets the saucer?
Yeah.
So it doesn't line up. So there's going to be a lot of work to get that to line up.
Are you going to leave the seam or are you going to try to make it smooth?
Well, it demands a seam, but there's going to be way too big a divide between the top of the neck and the saucer. So it's going to have to be filled in. And it's going to then I'm going to have to create a fake seam where the saucer separates.
Are you going to scribe a line or something?
I'm probably going to have to put some styrene on underneath on one of the parts just to kind of give a base to fill it with. Otherwise, it'll be like the endless fill. But yeah, it's gonna need to be filled and then a new seam line scribed in. So that'll be fun.
Fun.
And of course, it's all going to have to be leveled and stuff like that, which is
Well, we would like to be a fly on the wall.
Leveling the Don Shoko between the saucer and the neck. That was tricky, and it'll probably be just as tricky on this one too. It's just par for the course on the project. So
yeah,
it's going to look amazing.
I love my impulse engine.
That is cool, especially when it turned green.
Well, and if you look at it really well, I took an really up close video of it just to show that there is no hot spots at all. But if you look at that really close up video, you see that it almost looks like crystal inside. And I was really happy with the way that turned out. It's not canon, but it's what I figure they might have done had they had the ability to do it, or had they cared to make it that high detail for TV screens, right?
Can you imagine what the model would have been like if they had our technology now back then?
Oh my God!
Because if you look really closely, like, you know, everybody talks about, you know, it's not like the fan home one. Oh, it's got this problem, this problem, this problem. Dude, if you ever saw the 2-foot model up close, you'd be throwing up in your pants. Like, the 2-foot model was a disaster, but it was designed to be filmed from far away. So,
right,
you know, but you know, if they had technologies and 402 SMDs and just stuff like that, and Arduinos and the things they could have had, where the, you know, a 6-footer has neon inside of it, for God's sakes.
Well, they kept getting shocked anytime they had to work.
I know. Every time they had to adjust it, they're getting 50,000 volts right through their nads, and they're just like, ugh, I hate this model. But I mean, just how different they'd be today. Like, I know that, you know, Seth made a big deal about making you know, the Orville had to be he was made a big deal about it being a static model, an actual physical model. I know that Favreau with the Mandalorian made a big deal about having a static Razor Crest. He really wanted a Razor Crest model, and they had to reflect screens off of it so the reflective paint would look right. The whole setup. There's a video on a documentary. It was really good, but he was so convinced that this would not work in CGI. It had to be an actual practical model.
Well, I am still convinced that a practical model looks better than CGI.
Yes,
always.
CGI is just too perfect. I don't like it.
Yep.
I'd like to see what a TOS would look like if they had today's technology, like back then.
Yeah.
Well,
you would have seen the other side of the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, you only ever saw one side of it.
Yep.
But yeah, it would not have been as simple and plain as it was.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. The technology has come so far that the fact that they still use CGI with the things you could build into models today with 3D printing and tiny electronics and all that. I mean, I feel like there's a whole art that got lost.
I agree.
But it did develop a new art, so.
Yeah, but I don't like that art.
Yeah. It definitely needs more time in the oven.
All right, well, we're done talking over you, Jordan.
No, we're good. I'm done. I'm all cleaned up and good to go. And so there we are. It's kind of just sitting upside down right now so I'll put it on its feet. But it will sit on its feet just well. Let's do it for a second. Just for a second. Very gently set it down. And
is it leaning to one side?
No, that's the camera.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the camera. I was like, I had to go look at it from the side view here.
Cameras make models look wonky.
Yep. Yeah. So this one is sitting nice and level. I do have to say.
Night, Dawn.
Good night, Dawn.
Night, Eric.
Night, Eric.
Night, Alec.
That's what that looks like.
On your next time building this, you need to motorize those things.
100%.
Motorize the landing legs on Voyager.
Yeah, I want them to come out of the hull and everything.
Along with the nacelles.
Oh, the bending
That'd be
themselves,
something.
that's amateur level.
Yeah, seriously. But there it is. Feet are done. Outside of the bits that need to be put on while I am at Wonderfest in Louisville, I think that's principal assembly taken care of. So streams are amazing, man. Like I'm able to just get so much work done, and 4 hours have gone by and it doesn't even feel like it. So awesome. I'm very
good friends.
That's right.
Keeps you entertained.
Right.
You don't sit there and just get sidetracked by anything.
Exactly. Which ooh, piece of candy. I just super super ADD, man. It's real bad. So all right, well, it's off the feet. I like I said, I'm gonna be taking care of putty work and trying to get this all taken care of. In between, if we don't see this next week, it'll only because it's going to be in putty or paint. Excuse me. And we don't see it, though. I'll be working on the runabouts. I need to finish the console on that and get the command area all put together and get it all lit up and ready to go. So that's going to be kind of the focus for that. And then the next time we come back to this, it's going to be likely putting down the mask for the yellow paint. So I'll go ahead and show that off real fast. I'll go ahead and grab the Aztec dummy real quick and show how this process works. Switch up the top. Okay. I was wondering where that one went. So on the instructions here, so the way the mask is done, it's done in the negative space. And so you will mask it off, cover everything up, paint it yellow, and then it's basically, you can go ahead and chip. So it's going to be the first time that I'm really going to be doing some serious chipping work.
You could also lay down masking fluid.
Masking fluid. Oh.
Just put little dots of masking fluid in the shapes you want. After you've done your regular masking, and then you spray, and then you just after it's kind of dried, you just peel off the masking fluid.
It's a great tip. And I have the Epsilon masking fluid as well, so that stuff works really nice. But yeah, so that's what that looks like. I'll go ahead and show you the Lou does his masks in yellow. So they're really hard to pick up, but
you can kind of see them.
You can never see them on camera properly.
Yep.
No matter what color vinyl it is.
Yep. Exactly. But that's gonna be the next time we see this. We'll be getting that down, and then probably I got to set up my paint booth. Now the weather is a little warmer out. I can actually have my window open and do the thing. So we'll set up a camera over there, and we'll get the masking taken care of and get that painted up. And after getting all this done tonight, I have to say that I'm feeling a lot more confident getting into Wonderfest, because if this is principal assembly and I got 2 months basically, it shouldn't be too much longer to get this done. So I'm pretty excited about
it. Takes for you to detail and weather the Falcon, so you better get started.
Yep. No, I've been doing that had been doing that. God, I love seeing that model's done. I really do.
Perfect is the enemy of done, or good enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect is the enemy of good. And you can also do too much, right? And that's where I got with it, and so that's why I'm glad to be done with that. I'm really glad to be done with these two builds, getting the Star Destroyer and the Falcon out of the way. It's just something feels really good about clearing the queue. It really does. So yeah, that's this is actually going to make it to Wonderfest this year.
Plus you technically just finished the Falcon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I feel so with the Falcon and the Razor Crest done, I am now down to 5 active models, which is down from the 10 that I was building just a few months ago. So very pleased to not have as many active builds going on at once. I'm not really counting kit right now. I've gotten the refunds for both stages or packs 6 and 7, but they haven't shipped the new shipments yet. So kit technically is on hold, so I'm not counting them as part of one of my builds because I haven't built them in a year. So yeah, I'm only down to 5, and 2 of those are part works, and like once this is done, then it's just the runabout and the reliant, and then as soon as that's done, then it's going to be just the part works, and then I can actually build something else, the F-14. I have a bunch of other models that I want to build, which is going to be really cool. So yeah, that's I'm excited. This is really cool. It's really cool to actually just get to this point and be able to say that this is getting close to being off the bench as well. So there it is, guys. Yeah, I think that's it. It's been 4 hours and 15 minutes, one of my longer streams. Yeah, Jody, Jody says that's crazy. I can hardly work on one model at a time. This all started from the desperate need to put out 7 episodes a week. Last year. And I did it. And it took months to recover from it. Like I still get anxious thinking about it.
You want to burn out? That's how you burn out.
Do you want to hate building models? That's how you hate building models.
I struggle trying to do once a week.
I was literally cramming building in every little corner of my life. It was like a drug. It was like I was putting out I was building the model, which was fun. I was learning how to edit, which was fun. Learning how to navigate YouTube, finding my voice, like all of those things. That was all fun. And I feel like it was all practice for it, right? But then there was one point, and I think I said it on the first Hobby Time stream that I was part of. I'm like, yeah, I'm like 28 episodes ahead, and I look back and I'm like, how did you do that? And I look and I realize it's because I kept having to repaint the Defiant and repaint things. I've had to repaint this one. This is the 3rd coat of paint on this bad boy. Like I would make mistakes because I would rush. I would just try to get things done. I felt this desperate need to put out content every single day. So Alec, yes, I can go ahead and power it up for you real fast. Not a problem. Just be careful setting it down on its feet.
I suffer from the same self-destruction. I hold myself to a higher standard than anybody else actually does, and I'll sit there and I'll be like, okay, I gotta get a set of these articles down every 3 days, or I'll never get caught up. And then I realize that I'm the one pressuring myself. It's not like I'm getting emails or anything from people barging down my door saying, "Where the hell are they? Where the hell are they?" Now, to be fair, the Titanic people I'm starting to get a lot of comments on where's Titanic. but I find that a lot of times we put our pressure on ourselves. We drive ourselves harder than we should.
That's right.
And nobody's pushing you. It's just you.
That's right. That's right.
Looks
so,
good,
Alec, there are the engines. And what that is a solid red 5mm LED with 4 3mm yellow flickering LEDs surrounding it behind the resin piece in there, which was solid orange. And I have to say that is probably one of my favorite effects that I've created so far. It looks really good. And then let's see down into the cargo bay. Got guys in carbonite hanging on the walls there. Got our droid, our assassin droid, sitting over in the corner there. I will switch over to the top camera for this inside portion. So right straight behind there, it's kind of hard to pick out, but that is Boba Fett's armor all piled up on top of a pile of packages. His bathroom and bedroom are up front. Kind of hard to pick out now at this point. And then there's the cockpit. You can look
They're
into
there,
the little
and they're lit.
And a little back area with the backpacks and stuff. So, yeah, there it is, Alec.
Unfortunately, I think Green Strawberry missed out on the opportunity to put Jar Jar Binks in Carbonite.
Seriously, I cannot disagree with you at all. Like, I think that that would have been pretty awesome. But there's a human, there's a Rhodian, and there is the human Rhodian, and then the Ewok. And I swear there was another one. I have no idea where it's at right now. It's probably in another one of the containers that I have all this in.
I would have had Jar Jar Binks' head on the wall, mounted like a deer.
Right. I can't. There's another piece of carbonite as well, and that one I'm gonna have modified. At least I hope to be being carried out the back, but that might be a little bit ambitious. So we'll see. We'll see. Thank you, Jody. I appreciate that. The interior, I mean, that took me a solid, like, not a solid year because I didn't give it a whole lot of time, but the interior took the better part of a few months. That was a lot of work, a lot of fine detail painting. And these big sausage fingers don't really do that so well. So I'm pretty proud of this. This has been fun. But once again, this model's been on the bench since March of last year, so it's time. It's time to get it off the bench and get it to Wonderfest and then put it into its display case, because I really am proud of this. I really do think that this turned out pretty well. It's kind of my first, commission, not really commission, but sponsored build from Green Strawberry. So so the jaw was tearing it apart. I actually saw someone do a diorama of that. They took the AMT kit and the Revell kit. So they cut out all the panels on the AMT kit and left the Revell kit as the base for that portion of the episode of The Mandalorian. And they did a really good job of kind of creating that look of the ship being stripped. So yeah, turned out really good. That would be really cool, but I gotta say that I might build the Lego Razor Crest someday, but this one,
that's a very good build.
Is it?
Oh yeah, I have it, and it's lit.
Oh. That's the thing. Like the fruit pack for this was $400. Thankfully, I didn't have to buy it, but in order to get this model looking up to the part, you're gonna have to spend $400 on a mod just to get it there. And so that's that thing where I'm like, maybe just the Lego would be cool in the future. And I will correct myself. I will 100% build a Lego Millennium Falcon, but I sure as hell am not going to build another model, like a scale model of any kind of a Millennium Falcon at all. So let's see here. We're missing anything else in chat? Oh yeah, I do too. The helmet series, I really do like the helmets. I have Captain Rex. I need to pick up Cody, and there's a couple other helmets that I want to get as well. I don't have too many Legos. I just have a couple. But yeah, so all right, I'm just talking to talk. Let's go ahead and wrap this up. So Ken, Andrew, and Todd, as always, I appreciate you guys. Having a producer is great. Being able to bounce ideas off you guys is fantastic. And what better gentleman to hang out with for a couple of hours. So thank you guys. Really appreciate it. For everybody in chat, thank you guys. There at one point we had like 22 people watching, which is mind-blowing to me. Fantastic. Howard, how can I forget you? And Ken, thank you for the super chat, Ken. Howard, thank you for the super chat. monetizing my YouTube channel before I'm even fully monetized, which is pretty awesome. I'm actually like I'm going to be getting my second payout. Like I actually have been able to get some YouTube payouts, which is just nutty to me. So thank you, Howard. Really appreciate it. As for me and content, tomorrow, the review of there we are, the Test Circuit Pro from Mike Lane is coming out. And then if I can get my shit together, I will have the next episode of the Buddy Build out on Sunday, but it's likely going to be Tuesday next week. If I don't have the Buddy Build on Sunday, I'm probably going to release an episode of the Enterprise D, as I've got a ton of stuff now in the can and ready to go. So, yeah, so that's what I got, and I'll be streaming this weekend as usual if I'm able to make it for work-related reasons. If not, who knows? But out of context, very strange.
He's talking about the light
All right,
button.
Oh, massaging it and touching it gently or firmly, or
no, he pushed it too far.
Too hard, yeah.
He pushed it too hard. He slapped it, and it slapped him back.
It's as it does, All right, you guys. Well, thank you all. Really appreciate the time. Appreciate the tips. Let's go ahead and wrap this bad boy up. So I know that there was a million things y'all could have done today. Instead, you spent 4.5 hours watching me build a model, and I think that's pretty damn cool. You guys have any questions or comments, tips, tricks, please leave them down below. Like to support the channel, please like and subscribe. And my friends, until we see each other again, I hope you all have a wonderful day in this beautiful world where we happen to be. And just remember that this is the way.
Oh my.